The shrill whistle of the kettle pierced through number 4 Privet Drive at precisely 7:30 on a Tuesday morning that would change everything. 9-year-old Harry Potter pressed himself deeper into the shadows beneath the staircase, clutching a torn school jumper to his chest as Uncle Vernon's thunderous voice shook the house. Harry had learned long ago that mornings were dangerous. Uncle Vernon was always at his worst before work, especially when Dudley had done something particularly awful the night before. But this morning felt different. The air itself seemed to crackle with an energy Harry couldn't name, making the fine hairs on his arms stand on end. I wonder if any of you watching this have ever felt that moment when everything changes, that split second when your entire world shifts on its axis. Comment below and let me know where you're watching from, because this story of a boy finding his voice might just remind you of your own moments of unexpected strength. The trouble had started, as it often did, with Dudley. Harry's cousin had somehow managed to shrink his entire school uniform the night before while trying on his father's expensive cologne. The bottle had slipped from Dudley's pudgy fingers, crashed to the floor, and in that moment of shock and anger, something impossible had happened. The uniform had contracted like a deflating balloon, leaving Dudley standing in clothes that would barely fit a toddler. Of course, Harry had been blamed. He was always blamed for anything strange that happened around number 4. Uncle Vernon had a theory about freaks and abnormality that he shared loudly and frequently, usually accompanied by his meaty fist connecting with whatever part of Harry he could reach. Now Vernon Dursley stood at the bottom of the stairs, his face the colour of a ripe plum, his small eyes nearly disappearing into the folds of fat around them. He held Dudley's ruined uniform in one massive hand, the fabric still impossibly tiny despite Petunia's desperate attempts to stretch it back to size during the night. "You freak!" Vernon snarled, his voice low and menacing. "You did this to Dudley's uniform. Don't you dare try to deny it!" Harry pressed himself further back into his cupboard, though he knew it was useless. Vernon always found him when he wanted to deliver a lesson about proper behaviour. The cramped space that served as Harry's bedroom suddenly felt even smaller, the sloped ceiling pressing down on him like the weight of 9 years of accumulated anger and resentment. "I didn't do anything," Harry whispered, his voice barely audible. The words came out automatically, a desperate plea that had never once worked, but that he couldn't help making anyway. Vernon's laugh was harsh and ugly. "Nothing," he repeated, taking a step closer to the cupboard door. "Nothing, you say? Then explain to me how a perfectly good school uniform, a uniform that cost me £40, mind you, suddenly becomes doll-sized overnight." Harry couldn't explain it, of course. He had learned not to mention the strange things that happened around him, the incidents that Uncle Vernon called proof of his freakishness. The time all of Dudley's gang's hair had turned bright green after they'd cornered Harry behind the school bins. The morning when Aunt Petunia's prized petunias had wilted and died after she'd locked Harry in the cupboard for 2 days straight. The afternoon when Dudley's friend Piers had somehow gotten stuck to the monkey bars at the playground after pushing Harry into a puddle. These things just happened, usually when Harry was frightened or angry or desperately wishing he could be anywhere else. But he had learned that trying to explain only made Vernon angrier, only convinced his uncle more thoroughly that Harry was everything wrong with the world. The cupboard door flew open with such force that it slammed into the opposite wall, rattling the coat hangers above Harry's head. Vernon's massive frame filled the doorway, blocking out the pale morning light that filtered through the hallway window. His face was twisted with the particular expression of rage that meant Harry was in for more than just shouting. "Get out!" Vernon commanded, his voice deadly quiet now. "Get out here and face what you've done!" Harry scrambled from the cupboard on hands and knees, trying to make himself as small as possible. He had grown over the past year, despite the Dursleys' best efforts to keep him small and weak through careful portion control and frequent missed meals. But he was still tiny for his age, all sharp angles and protruding bones, his black hair sticking up at impossible angles, no matter how often Aunt Petunia tried to flatten it with her harsh brushes, and cheap styling gel. "Stand up," Vernon barked. "Look at me when I'm talking to you, you ungrateful little freak." Harry struggled to his feet, his legs unsteady from the cramped night in the cupboard. The space was barely large enough for him now, and he often woke with fierce cramps in his neck and back from sleeping curled in an impossible position. But complaining would only make things worse, so he had learned to endure the pain in silence. Vernon held up the ruined uniform, shaking it in Harry's face. "This cost money, boy. Money that I work for, while you sit around eating food you haven't earned and taking up space you don't deserve. Do you have any idea what it's like to provide for an extra mouth when that mouth belongs to someone who repays kindness with freakish behavior?" The accusation of kindness might have been funny under other circumstances. Harry couldn't remember a single act of genuine kindness from any of the Dursleys in his 9 years of life. But he knew better than to point out the irony. Instead, he kept his eyes fixed on the floor, studying the familiar pattern of scuff marks on the hallway linoleum. "I'm sorry," he mumbled, though he wasn't sure what he was apologizing for. He seemed to spend most of his time apologizing for things he couldn't understand or control. "Sorry doesn't fix Dudley's uniform," Vernon snapped. "Sorry doesn't replace the money you've cost me. Sorry doesn't make up for years of putting up with your strangeness and your ungrateful attitude." Vernon's voice was rising again, building toward the crescendo that Harry knew meant physical punishment was coming. He had learned to read the signs over the years, the way Vernon's face progressed from pink to red to purple, the way his hands clenched and unclenched at his sides, the way his breathing became heavy and labored with the effort of containing his rage. "Maybe it's time you learned that actions have consequences," Vernon continued, taking another step closer. "Maybe it's time you understood what it means to be part of a normal family that doesn't tolerate freakish behavior." Harry flinched as Vernon raised his hand, a massive palm that had delivered countless punishments over the years. But as the hand descended toward his face, something extraordinary happened. Something that would change the course of not just Harry's life, but the entire wizarding world's understanding of how it treated its most vulnerable members. The air around Harry began to shimmer, like heat waves rising from summer pavement. A strange tingling sensation spread through his body, starting at his chest and radiating outward until even his fingertips buzzed with an energy he had never felt before. Time seemed to slow as Vernon's hand continued its arc toward Harry's face, but now there was something else in the space between them, something invisible but undeniably present, like a wall made of solidified air. Vernon's hand struck the barrier with a sound like thunder. The impact sent him flying backward across the hallway, his considerable bulk crashing into the opposite wall with enough force to rattle the pictures hanging there. He slumped to the floor, stunned and gasping, his face a mask of shock and confusion. Harry stared at his own hands in amazement, hardly daring to believe what had just happened. The shimmering in the air was fading now, but he could still feel the echo of that strange energy thrumming through his veins. For the first time in his life, he had protected himself. For the first time, Uncle Vernon's violence had been turned back on itself. But the moment of triumph was short-lived. Vernon struggled to his feet, his face now beyond purple, and heading toward a dangerous shade of crimson that Harry had never seen before. Foam flecked the corners of his mouth as he pointed a shaking finger at Harry. "What did you do?" Vernon screamed, his voice cracking with hysteria. "What did you do to me, you little freak?" Before Harry could answer, before he could even begin to process what had happened, there was a sharp rap at the front door. Not the familiar sound of the mail slot or the cheerful knock of Mrs. Polkiss from next door, but an authoritative tapping that seemed to demand immediate attention. Vernon froze, his finger still pointed at Harry, his mouth open in mid-rant. The knocking came again, more insistent this time, followed by a woman's voice calling through the letter slot. "Ministry business," the voice announced crisply. "We need to speak with the residents of this household immediately regarding an incident of underage magic." The color drained from Vernon's face so quickly that Harry thought his uncle might faint. Underage magic. The words hung in the air like an accusation, confirming what Harry had always suspected, but never dared to hope. The strange things that happened around him weren't proof that he was a freak. They were proof that he was something else entirely, something that had its own government, its own officials, its own rules and protections. Vernon looked from Harry to the front door and back again, his mouth opening and closing like a fish gasping for air. For once in his life, he seemed to be completely without words. The knocking came a third time, accompanied by a new voice, this one male and considerably less patient than the first. "Mr. and Mrs. Dursley, we know you're in there. We also know that magic has been performed in this household by an underage wizard. We need to conduct an investigation immediately. Please open the door." Magic. The word echoed in Harry's mind like a bell tolling. Magic was real. Magic was what he could do. And apparently, magic was something that brought official investigators to suburban front doors. Vernon finally found his voice, though it came out as more of a squeak than his usual commanding bellow. "Go to your cupboard," he hissed at Harry. "Don't say a word to anyone. Don't mention anything about living arrangements or discipline or anything else. Do you understand me?" But for the first time in his life, Harry didn't automatically obey. The energy that had protected him was still coursing through his system, making him feel stronger and more confident than he had ever felt before. He looked at Vernon's panicked face, at the sweat beading on his uncle's forehead, and realized something profound. Vernon was afraid. The man who had terrorized Harry for 9 years was afraid of what the people at the door might discover, which meant that whatever was about to happen, it might not be entirely bad for Harry. The front door rattled as someone outside tried the handle, found it locked, and apparently decided not to let that stop them. There was a soft click, followed by the sound of the door swinging open on its hinges. "Mr. and Mrs. Dursley?" The woman's voice was closer now, coming from the front hall. "We're coming in under authority of the Statute of Secrecy Emergency Protocols. Please remain calm and cooperate with our investigation." Harry heard 2 sets of footsteps moving through the house, one heavy and measured, the other lighter, but equally purposeful. Vernon grabbed Harry's arm, his grip tight enough to leave bruises, and tried to push him toward the cupboard. But the investigators had already rounded the corner into the hallway, and Harry got his first look at real magic users. The woman was tall and stern-looking, with iron-grey hair pulled back in a severe bun, and robes that seemed to shift color in the morning light. The man beside her was younger, probably still in his 20s, with sandy hair and kind eyes behind wire-rimmed spectacles. Both of them stopped dead when they saw Harry standing next to the open cupboard door, Vernon's hand still gripping his arm in a way that was unmistakably threatening. "Good morning," the woman said, her voice carefully neutral. "I'm Senior Aura Tonks, and this is Junior Aura Clearwater. We're here to investigate reports of underage magic performed at this address." Her eyes moved from Harry to Vernon to the cupboard behind them, and Harry saw her expression shift from professional neutrality to something much colder. The younger Aura, Clearwater, was staring at the cupboard with undisguised horror. "Is that," Clearwater began, his voice tight with suppressed anger, "is that a bed in there? In that cupboard?" Harry felt Vernon's grip on his arm tighten to the point of pain, and he knew his uncle was silently threatening him not to answer. But something in the Aura's kind eyes made him want to tell the truth for once in his life. "Yes," Harry said quietly. "That's where I sleep." The silence that followed was deafening. Senior Aura Tonks stepped closer, her trained eyes taking in every detail of Harry's appearance. The 2 large clothes that hung on his thin frame, the fresh bruise forming on his arm where Vernon gripped him, the way he instinctively flinched when adults moved too quickly in his direction. "Mr. Dursley," Tonks said, her voice like ice, "please step away from the child. Now." Vernon's face cycled through several emotions before settling on a sickly attempt at righteous indignation. "Now see here," he blustered, "this is a private family matter. You can't just barge into people's homes and make demands about how they raise their children. Actually, Clearwater said, pulling out a piece of official-looking parchment, we can. This warrant gives us full authority to investigate any household where underage magic has been detected. And right now, I'm seeing evidence of what appears to be child abuse. The word hung in the air like a physical blow. Harry had never heard anyone use that term to describe his life with the Dursleys, though he had certainly heard it used about other children in whispered conversations at school. It had never occurred to him that the treatment he received might have an official name, might be something that other people would recognize and condemn. Tonks knelt down to Harry's eye level, her stern features softening with genuine concern. "What's your name, sweetheart?" "Harry Potter," he answered automatically, then flinched as Vernon made a strangled sound of protest behind him. "Harry Potter," Tonks repeated, her eyes widening in recognition. The Harry Potter. Harry didn't understand why that question seemed so important, but he nodded anyway. He was fairly certain he was the only Harry Potter living at number 4 Privet Drive. Clearwater was examining the cupboard more closely, his expression growing darker by the moment. "Senior Aura Tonks," he said formally. "I'm observing what appears to be a child's sleeping quarters in a space unsuitable for human habitation. There's evidence of long-term occupancy, including personal belongings and makeshift bedding. The space is approximately 6 feet by 4 feet, with a ceiling height of less than 5 feet. His clinical description made Harry's living situation sound even worse than it felt, which was saying something. He watched the two auras exchange meaningful looks, some kind of silent communication passing between them. "Harry," Tonks said gently, "can you tell me about the magic that happened here this morning? Don't worry, you're not in trouble. We just need to understand what occurred." Harry glanced nervously at Vernon, who was practically vibrating with suppressed fury, but the aura's kind eyes encouraged him to continue. "Uncle Vernon was angry about Dudley's uniform," Harry began hesitantly. "He was going to hit me, like he always does when something strange happens. But this time, something stopped him. There was like a wall in the air, and when he hit it, he got thrown backward." "Always hits you?" Clearwater interrupted, his voice sharp with professional interest. "This isn't the first time your uncle has struck you?" Harry shook his head. "Vernon hits me when I do accidental magic. He calls it freakish behavior and says it needs to be punished." The temperature in the hallway seemed to drop several degrees. Tonks stood slowly, her wand sliding into her hand with practiced ease. Behind her, Clearwater was taking notes on a pad of parchment that seemed to write itself. "Mr. Dursley," Tonks said, her voice now carrying the full weight of magical authority, "you are under investigation for suspected child abuse of a magical minor. Under the provisions of the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy, Section 73, subsection 12, we have authority to remove Harry from this household pending a full investigation." Vernon's face went through several color changes before settling on a sickly green. "You can't do that," he protested weakly. "He's family. He's our responsibility." "Your responsibility," Clearwater said coldly, "appears to have extended to housing a child in a cupboard and subjecting him to regular physical violence. That's not guardianship, Mr. Dursley. That's abuse." Harry felt something shift in his chest, a loosening of a knot he hadn't even realized was there. For 9 years, he had been told that his treatment was normal, that he deserved whatever punishment he received, that he should be grateful for the roof over his head and the food in his stomach. To hear official representatives of what was apparently his true world condemn the Dursleys' behavior was like being given permission to breathe for the first time. "We'll need to take Harry with us for his own safety," Tonks continued, addressing Vernon but keeping her eyes on Harry. "There will be a formal hearing to determine proper guardianship arrangements. Until then, he'll be placed in protective custody with the Ministry's Child Welfare Division." Child Welfare Division. The word sounded like a promise, like the possibility of adults who might actually care what happened to him. Harry had never imagined that such a thing might exist. "Pack whatever belongings you'd like to take," Tonks told Harry gently. "Don't worry about clothing or necessities. We'll make sure you have everything you need." Harry looked around the cramped hallway that had been his entire world for 9 years. His belongings would fit easily in a paper bag. A few books he had rescued from Dudley's discards, a broken crayon he used for drawing on scraps of paper, and a small piece of mirror he had found in the garden and used for seeing around corners when he needed to avoid his relatives. But as he gathered his meagre possessions, Harry felt something he had never experienced before. Not just relief at being removed from a dangerous situation, but actual hope that his life might be about to change in ways he could barely imagine. Outside number 4 Privet Drive, Mrs. Arabella Figg stood at her kitchen window, watching the official-looking people escort Harry Potter away from the Dursleys' house. She clutched her teacup with trembling hands, knowing that her emergency call to the Ministry of Magic had finally set in motion events that were long overdue. She had watched that boy suffer in silence for far too long, bound by orders to observe but not interfere. But when she had seen that flash of protective magic through the Dursleys' window, when she had witnessed Vernon Dursley's violent response, she had finally done what she should have done years ago. The magical world was about to discover just how badly they had failed Harry Potter. And more importantly, they were about to discover what happened when someone finally gave that extraordinary boy the protection and advocacy he deserved. As the official vehicle disappeared down Privet Drive, Mrs. Figg allowed herself a small smile. The war for Harry Potter's future had just begun, and for the first time, she believed he might actually win. The ripple effects of Harry Potter's legal victory against the Ministry of Magic began manifesting throughout magical Britain with a speed and scope that surprised even the most optimistic advocates for child welfare reform. Within weeks of the Wizengamot's historic verdict, children throughout the magical world were finding their voices and their courage, inspired by Harry's example to speak truth about their own experiences with institutional failure and family abuse. The newly established Independent Child Advocacy Office, operating from premises in Diagon Alley, that had been donated by families who supported comprehensive reform, found itself overwhelmed with cases as magical children and concerned adults came forward with reports of systematic neglect, inadequate oversight, and deliberate suppression of legitimate welfare concerns. Each new case revealed patterns of institutional failure that validated Harry's legal challenge while demonstrating the urgent need for the reforms that his victory had mandated. Harry himself had become something more than a legal plaintiff or even a successful advocate. He had evolved into a symbol of hope for vulnerable children throughout magical society, who had never imagined that their suffering mattered enough to justify institutional attention and reform. His transformation from powerless victim to empowered advocate provided proof that systematic abuse could be overcome, and that children's rights deserved protection, regardless of the political or administrative convenience of those charged with providing that protection. The first major case that drew national attention following Harry's victory involved a magical orphanage in rural Scotland, where dozens of children had been systematically neglected, while ministry funding intended for their care was diverted to administrative expenses and facility maintenance that benefited staff rather than residents. The parallels to Harry's situation were unmistakable. Vulnerable children, abandoned by institutions that collected payment for protection they never actually provided. The investigation of Mooncrest Children's Home revealed conditions that shocked even hardened child welfare professionals. Children were housed in dormitories that barely met minimum safety standards, fed meals that provided inadequate nutrition for growing magical children, and denied access to educational resources that would prepare them for productive participation in magical society. Most damaging of all, the magical abilities of several residents had been systematically suppressed through unauthorized memory modifications and magical restraints that violated every principle of children's rights. When Harry visited Mooncrest during the advocacy office's intervention, he found children whose experiences resonated painfully with his own years of systematic deprivation and institutional abandonment. But he also found something that his own childhood had lacked: a community of children who could support each other through the process of demanding justice and working toward recovery. One of the Mooncrest residents, a 10-year-old witch named Ginny Weasley, whose placement there had resulted from family financial crisis rather than orphan status, demonstrated the kind of fierce determination that Harry recognized from his own advocacy work. Her refusal to accept substandard treatment, combined with her natural leadership abilities, had made her an unofficial spokesperson for the other children, despite the staff's efforts to suppress any organized resistance to their neglectful practices. We knew something was wrong when we saw how different things were for magical children in real families, Ginny told Harry during his visit to assess the situation. But whenever we tried to complain or ask for help, the staff told us we were ungrateful for the care we were receiving, and that children in our situation shouldn't expect better treatment. The systematic suppression of complaints and the gaslighting of children who attempted to advocate for themselves represented tactics that Harry recognized from his own experiences with the Dursleys. The message was always the same: children who complained about their treatment were ungrateful, unrealistic, or simply lying about conditions that adults characterized as adequate and appropriate. But the precedents established by Harry's legal victory provided powerful tools for intervention that hadn't existed before the Wizengamot's comprehensive ruling on institutional accountability. The Independent Child Advocacy Office had authority to conduct immediate investigations, remove children from harmful situations, and pursue criminal charges against individuals whose negligence endangered children's welfare. The intervention at Mooncrest was swift and comprehensive, reflecting lessons learned from Harry's case about the importance of immediate action when systematic abuse was discovered. Within days of the initial investigation, all children had been removed to temporary foster placements with magical families who volunteered to provide emergency care while permanent arrangements were established. The criminal prosecutions that followed sent shockwaves throughout magical child welfare systems, as administrators who had grown comfortable with minimal oversight and accountability found themselves facing serious legal consequences for their failures. The director of Mooncrest received a sentence of 10 years in Azkaban for conspiracy to endanger magical children, while several staff members faced lesser charges for their participation in systematic neglect. But perhaps more importantly, the Mooncrest case demonstrated that Harry's legal victory had created lasting changes in how magical society approached child protection, rather than simply addressing his individual situation. The precedents, procedures, and institutional reforms established through his advocacy provided frameworks for protecting other vulnerable children, while holding accountable those whose negligence enabled abuse and neglect. The success of the Mooncrest intervention attracted international attention from magical governments throughout the world, who were grappling with their own child protection challenges. The comprehensive reforms implemented in magical Britain following Harry's victory provided a model for institutional accountability that other magical societies began adapting to their own legal and cultural contexts. Delegations from the French Ministry of Magic, the German Zauberei Ministerium, and the Salem Institute for Magical Child Welfare all requested consultations with the Independent Child Advocacy Office to learn about implementation strategies for similar reforms in their own jurisdictions. Harry found himself invited to international conferences, where his personal testimony provided powerful evidence for the effectiveness of comprehensive child protection reform. But the most personally meaningful recognition of his advocacy work came from closer to home, when the magical children whose cases had been resolved through the Foundation's intervention organized their own conference to discuss their experiences and plan ongoing support for other vulnerable children throughout magical society. The conference took place at Longbottom Manor, with Augusta serving as host for an event that brought together dozens of children who had been failed by conventional protection systems, but who had found their voices and their strength through the precedents established by Harry's legal challenge. The gathering represented something unprecedented in magical society: children organizing themselves to advocate for fundamental reforms in how adults approached child protection and institutional accountability. Luna Lovegood, whose case had been among the first resolved by the Potter Foundation, served as one of the conference organizers. Her unique perspective and direct communication style made her an effective spokesperson for children's rights, while her refusal to accept adult rationalizations for institutional failures helped keep discussions focused on practical reforms rather than theoretical principles. Adults often think they know what children need better than children do, Luna observed during her opening address to the conference participants. But children are the experts on what it feels like to be ignored, dismissed, or hurt by adults who are supposed to protect them. If we want real changes that actually help children, then children need to be part of making those changes happen. The conference workshops addressed practical strategies for child advocacy, including how to document abuse and neglect, how to access legal resources, and how to organize support networks that could provide assistance when individual children faced harmful situations. But perhaps most importantly, the workshops helped participants develop confidence in their own judgment and their right to demand appropriate treatment from the adults in their lives. Harry's role at the conference evolved naturally, from keynote speaker to facilitator and mentor, helping other children develop the advocacy skills and institutional knowledge that his own experiences had provided. His transformation from isolated victim to confident advocate provided proof that systematic abuse could be overcome, while also demonstrating practical strategies for holding powerful institutions accountable for their failures. One workshop focused specifically on recognizing and resisting gaslighting tactics that adults often used to dismiss children's legitimate concerns about their treatment. Participants shared experiences of being told that their perceptions were wrong, their expectations unrealistic, or their complaints evidence of ingratitude rather than genuine problems requiring attention and correction. The validation that came from hearing other children describe similar experiences helped participants understand that their individual situations were part of broader patterns of institutional failure rather than isolated incidents or personal failures. This recognition was crucial for developing the confidence necessary to pursue advocacy and demand accountability from adults who preferred to maintain systems that prioritized convenience over child welfare. Another workshop addressed practical strategies for building support networks that could provide assistance when individual children faced resistance or retaliation for attempting to advocate for their rights. The isolation that had characterized Harry's early experiences was identified as a crucial factor that enabled abuse to continue, while the community support that had sustained his legal challenge provided a model for collective advocacy that could protect individual children from institutional backlash. As the conference progressed, participants began developing action plans for ongoing advocacy work that would extend the impact of Harry's victory throughout magical society. Working groups focused on specific issues such as educational reform, placement oversight, and legal representation for children facing institutional neglect. But perhaps the most significant outcome of the conference was the establishment of a formal children's advocacy network that would provide ongoing coordination and support for young advocates throughout magical Britain. The network would operate independently of adult-controlled institutions while maintaining connections to professional advocacy organizations that could provide legal and practical resources when needed. Harry accepted appointment as the network's first coordinator, recognizing that his unique position and experience qualified him to serve as a bridge between child advocates and the adult institutions that needed to be held accountable for their child protection responsibilities. The role represented both honor and responsibility that he approached with the seriousness appropriate to work that could affect the welfare of vulnerable children throughout magical society. The network's first major initiative involved developing a comprehensive survey of magical children's experiences with institutional systems, including education, healthcare, family services, and legal representation. The survey was designed to identify patterns of institutional failure while also documenting successful practices that could be expanded to protect more children. The preliminary results from the survey revealed systematic problems that extended far beyond the individual cases that had attracted public attention following Harry's legal victory. Many magical children reported experiencing dismissive treatment from adults in authority positions, inadequate access to educational resources, and systematic discouragement from expressing opinions or concerns about their treatment. Most troubling were reports from children who had been subjected to memory modifications or magical restraints designed to control their behavior or suppress their magical abilities. These practices, which violated fundamental principles of magical children's rights, appeared to be more widespread than even the most pessimistic advocates had suspected. The survey results provided powerful evidence for expanding the reforms that had been implemented following Harry's victory, while also identifying specific institutions and practices that required immediate investigation and intervention. The Children's Advocacy Network began coordinating with the Independent Child Advocacy Office to address the most serious cases while building public pressure for comprehensive institutional reform. But the network's work also revealed positive developments that validated the effectiveness of the changes that Harry's advocacy had created. Magical families throughout Britain were reporting improved communication with their children, increased awareness of children's rights, and greater willingness to seek help when family situations became difficult or harmful. Educational institutions were implementing new policies that emphasized student voice and participation in decision-making processes that affected their welfare and academic development. Healthcare providers were establishing protocols that ensured children's perspectives were included in treatment decisions while protecting them from adult manipulation or coercion. Perhaps most significantly, government agencies responsible for child protection were demonstrating increased responsiveness to children's concerns and complaints, reflecting accountability measures that made institutional neglect professionally and legally dangerous for officials who had previously operated with minimal oversight. The transformation in institutional culture that had resulted from Harry's legal challenge represented exactly the kind of systematic change that advocates had hoped to achieve through comprehensive reform, rather than simply addressing individual cases of abuse and neglect. As autumn progressed toward winter, Harry found himself balancing his advocacy responsibilities with the normal childhood experiences that Augusta was determined to provide, despite his unusual public role and legal status. His friendship with Neville continued deepening into genuine brotherhood, while his academic progress under expert instruction positioned him to make increasingly sophisticated contributions to child advocacy work. The magical education that Harry received at Longbottom Manor included not just traditional subjects like transfiguration and potions, but specialized instruction in magical law, institutional analysis, and advocacy strategies that would serve him throughout his life as a champion for children's rights. His tutors recognized that his unique experiences and legal status required educational approaches that went beyond conventional childhood preparation for eventual Hogwarts attendance. Professor McGonagall, who continued serving as one of his primary instructors, observed remarkable development in both his magical abilities and his analytical skills during the months following his legal victory and placement with the Longbottom family. "Mr. Potter," she said, during one of their regular assessment sessions, "your magical development has accelerated dramatically since you've been provided with appropriate instruction and support. More importantly, your ability to analyze complex institutional problems and develop effective advocacy strategies suggests intellectual maturity that will serve you well in whatever career path you eventually choose to pursue." The recognition that his difficult experiences had contributed to intellectual and emotional development that positioned him for meaningful contributions to magical society helped Harry continue processing his childhood trauma in ways that emphasized growth and purpose rather than dwelling on victimization and loss. His work with Dr. Clearwater continued addressing the psychological impacts of systematic abuse, while also helping him develop emotional skills necessary for effective advocacy and leadership. The mind-healing sessions had evolved from crisis intervention to ongoing support for someone whose public role required sophisticated understanding of trauma, institutional dynamics, and interpersonal relationships. The Foundation's work had expanded to include not just individual case intervention, but broader research and advocacy that was influencing policy development throughout magical Britain and attracting international attention from child protection organizations worldwide. Harry's personal involvement in the Foundation's operations provided practical education in organizational management, financial planning, and strategic communication that complemented his formal magical education. But perhaps the most personally meaningful aspect of his current life was the growing network of relationships that provided emotional support and practical guidance as he continued developing into someone whose contributions to magical society would extend far beyond his famous defeat of dark magic as an infant. Augusta's parental guidance had given him the security and affection that every child needed for healthy development, while her expertise in magical politics and institutional affairs provided mentorship that helped him navigate complex advocacy challenges with increasing sophistication and effectiveness. Neville's friendship had provided the brotherly bond that helped him understand what normal childhood relationships could include, while also giving him opportunities to provide support and guidance to someone whose own experiences with family trauma created mutual understanding and assistance. The network of child advocates that had developed through his foundation work and the Children's Advocacy Network provided professional colleagues whose shared commitment to child protection created collaborative opportunities for projects that none of them could accomplish individually. Even his relationship with the Goblin legal team that had achieved his initial victory continued providing guidance and support as his advocacy work evolved to address increasingly complex institutional challenges. Griphook remained available for consultation on legal strategies, while also serving as an informal mentor whose expertise in financial management and organizational development helped the Foundation operate with maximum effectiveness. As Harry prepared for his 10th birthday celebration, which would mark not just personal milestone, but the first anniversary of his rescue from systematic abuse and institutional abandonment, he found himself reflecting on transformations that had exceeded even his most optimistic hopes during those early days at Gringotts, when Griphook first offered Goblin legal representation. The frightened, malnourished child who had lived in a cupboard under the stairs had become a confident young advocate whose work was protecting vulnerable children throughout magical society, while inspiring institutional reforms that were being studied and adapted by child protection organizations worldwide. But perhaps most importantly for his personal development, Harry had learned what it meant to be valued, protected, and supported by adults who understood their responsibilities, while also discovering his own capabilities for leadership, advocacy, and meaningful contribution to justice and institutional accountability. The upcoming birthday celebration would include not just family and close friends, but representatives from the many organizations and individuals whose work had been influenced by his advocacy, along with some of the children whose lives had been improved through the precedents and programs that his legal challenge had created. Standing in the gardens of Longbottom Manor as winter approached, surrounded by evidence of the security and purpose that he had never imagined possible during his years with the Dursleys, Harry Potter felt ready to embrace whatever challenges and opportunities the future might hold, while continuing to grow into someone whose contributions to child protection and institutional accountability would define his role in magical society for decades to come. The spring morning that would mark Harry Potter's final preparations before entering Hogwarts dawned with the promise of transformation and new beginnings that had characterized every season since his legal victory against the Ministry of Magic. But this transition carried special significance, representing not just academic advancement, but the culmination of advocacy work that had fundamentally reshaped how magical society understood its obligations to protect and nurture its most vulnerable members. The past year had established Harry as far more than a successful legal plaintiff or even an effective child advocate. He had evolved into a voice for institutional accountability whose influence extended throughout magical Britain and attracted attention from reform movements worldwide. His upcoming entrance to Hogwarts would mark the beginning of a new phase in his development, but also the continuation of advocacy work that had already created lasting changes in how magical institutions approached child protection and government accountability. The Wizengamot chamber, where Harry had achieved his historic victory, now served as the venue for a very different kind of proceeding: the formal presentation of comprehensive child protection legislation that had been drafted based on recommendations from the Potter Foundation and the Children's Advocacy Network. The proposed laws would codify and expand the reforms that had been implemented following his legal challenge, creating permanent institutional changes that would protect magical children for generations to come. Harry sat in the observer gallery, no longer as a plaintiff demanding justice, but as a recognized expert whose insights had shaped legislation that would fundamentally alter how magical government operated. His presence at the proceedings carried symbolic weight that reflected his transformation from powerless victim to influential advocate, whose voice commanded respect from the most senior officials in magical society. Chief Warlock Amelia Bones called the session to order with the gravity appropriate to proceedings that would establish comprehensive frameworks for child protection and institutional accountability. The legislation under consideration represented the most significant expansion of children's rights in magical legal history, incorporating lessons learned from Harry's case while addressing systematic problems that affected vulnerable children throughout magical society. Distinguished members of the Wizengamot, she began formally, we convene today to consider the Comprehensive Magical Child Protection Act, legislation that has been developed through extensive collaboration between government agencies, advocacy organizations, and the children whose experiences have demonstrated the urgent need for fundamental reform in how our society protects its most vulnerable members. The proposed legislation was remarkable in its scope and specificity, addressing everything from mandatory reporting requirements for suspected abuse to criminal penalties for officials whose negligence endangered children's welfare. But perhaps most significantly, the Act included provisions that would give magical children direct voice in decisions affecting their welfare, recognizing them as individuals with rights and perspectives that deserved respect and consideration. Griphook, representing the Goblin legal team that had achieved Harry's original victory, presented the legislation's key provisions with the methodical precision that characterized Goblin approach to legal reform. His testimony emphasized the comprehensive nature of protections that would be established while highlighting accountability measures designed to prevent the kind of institutional failures that had enabled Harry's systematic abuse. Honorable members of the Wizengamot, the Goblin said, with authority that commanded attention throughout the chamber, this legislation represents the culmination of advocacy work that began with one child's courage to demand justice, but has evolved into comprehensive reform that will protect every magical child in Britain. The provisions we present today address not just individual protection, but institutional accountability that will prevent systematic failures from recurring. The mandatory reporting requirements established by the legislation were particularly comprehensive, creating legal obligations for any magical adult who became aware of potential child abuse or neglect to report their concerns to appropriate authorities within 48 hours. The requirements included specific protections for whistleblowers and severe penalties for failure to report suspected endangerment of children. Educational institutions would be required to establish child advocacy offices staffed by professionals who answered directly to the independent Child Advocacy Office rather than institutional administration, ensuring that children's welfare concerns couldn't be suppressed or dismissed for administrative convenience. Every magical school would implement regular welfare assessments conducted by independent evaluators who had authority to recommend immediate intervention when necessary. Healthcare providers would face new requirements for screening patients for signs of abuse or neglect, with mandatory protocols for addressing suspicious injuries or behavioral indicators that might suggest harmful home environments. The legislation established criminal penalties for healthcare professionals who failed to report evidence of child abuse while providing legal protections for those who acted in good faith to protect children's welfare. But perhaps the most revolutionary aspect of the proposed legislation was the establishment of legal representation rights for magical children in any proceeding that might affect their welfare or placement. Children as young as 7 would have right to independent legal counsel when their custody, education, or living arrangements were under consideration, ensuring that their perspectives and preferences received appropriate consideration in decisions affecting their lives. The testimony that followed Griphook's presentation included statements from government officials, advocacy organizations, and magical families who had been affected by the reforms that were already being implemented throughout magical society. But the most powerful testimony came from the magical children whose experiences had demonstrated both the need for comprehensive protection and the effectiveness of advocacy-based approaches to reform. Luna Lovegood, now serving as youth representative for the Children's Advocacy Network, addressed the Wizengamot with the directness and insight that had made her an effective spokesperson for children's rights. Her testimony emphasized the importance of recognizing children as experts on their own experiences, rather than assuming that adults automatically understood what children needed for safety and healthy development. Distinguished members of the Wizengamot, Luna said, with the matter-of-fact clarity that characterized her communication style, children know when they're being hurt, ignored, or treated badly by adults who are supposed to protect them. The problem has never been that children can't identify abuse or neglect. The problem has been that too many adults don't want to listen when children tell them what's wrong. Her testimony included specific examples of how advocacy-based approaches had helped resolve cases where traditional institutional responses had failed to protect children from harmful situations. The Children's Advocacy Network had documented dozens of cases where children's own perspectives and recommendations had led to more effective interventions than approaches that relied solely on adult professional judgment. Neville Longbottom, speaking as Harry's closest friend and housemate at Longbottom Manor, provided testimony about the importance of peer support and community networks in helping children recover from institutional failures and family trauma. His observations emphasized how children could provide unique forms of assistance and understanding that complemented but couldn't be replaced by professional intervention services. The friendship and support that Harry found at our home helped him heal from experiences that would have damaged anyone, regardless of age, Neville said with quiet dignity that reflected his own growth and maturity. But just as important was the community of other children who had faced similar challenges and could understand what he had experienced in ways that even caring adults sometimes couldn't. His testimony highlighted the importance of peer mentorship programs and support networks that would be formalized under the proposed legislation, creating systematic approaches to connecting children who had faced institutional failures with others who could provide understanding and practical guidance based on shared experiences. When Harry himself was called to provide testimony, the chamber fell silent in recognition of his unique authority on questions of institutional accountability and child protection reform. His presence at the witness stand represented the transformation from victim to advocate that the legislation was designed to support for all magical children who faced systematic failures in protection and care. Members of the Wizengamot, Harry began with confidence that reflected months of public speaking experience. This legislation represents more than legal reform. It represents our society's commitment to ensuring that every magical child has voice, protection, and opportunity to develop their full potential, regardless of their family situation or the institutional challenges they may face. His testimony emphasized the comprehensive nature of protections that would be established, while highlighting the accountability measures designed to prevent institutional complacency and ensure ongoing responsiveness to children's needs and concerns. But perhaps most importantly, he addressed the broader cultural changes that comprehensive child protection reform could create throughout magical society. When children know that their voices matter and that there are adults who will listen and act to protect them, they develop confidence and resilience that serves them throughout their lives, Harry explained to the assembled legislators. When institutions know that they will be held accountable for failures to protect children, they develop policies and practices that prioritize child welfare rather than administrative convenience. The testimonies concluded with statements from international observers who had studied the reforms being implemented in magical Britain and were considering similar approaches in their own jurisdictions. Representatives from magical governments throughout Europe and North America emphasized the global significance of comprehensive child protection reform while requesting ongoing consultation and collaboration as they developed their own accountability measures. The Gringotts deliberations were remarkably brief, reflecting broad consensus that comprehensive child protection reform was both necessary and overdue. The preliminary discussions had taken place over months of committee hearings and public comment periods, creating unusual unanimity around legislation that would normally have generated significant political debate and institutional resistance. When Chief Warlock Bones announced the Gringotts' unanimous passage of the Comprehensive Magical Child Protection Act, the chamber erupted in sustained applause that reflected not just support for specific legal provisions, but recognition that magical society had fundamentally altered its approach to protecting vulnerable children and holding powerful institutions accountable for their failures. The legislation would take effect immediately upon passage, reflecting urgency that recognized ongoing risks to children who might be harmed by delays in implementation. Government agencies throughout magical Britain would have 60 days to establish compliance with new requirements, while educational and healthcare institutions would face quarterly audits to ensure ongoing adherence to child protection standards. But perhaps most significantly for Harry personally, the passage of comprehensive child protection legislation represented vindication that his individual quest for justice had created lasting institutional changes that would protect countless children who would never know that their safety and welfare had been secured by his courage and determination. Following the Gringotts session, Harry found himself surrounded by supporters and colleagues who wanted to congratulate him on achieving legislative victory that exceeded even the most optimistic projections for institutional reform. But his attention was focused not on personal recognition, but on the practical work of ensuring that legal protections translated into meaningful improvements in children's daily lives. The Foundation's work had expanded to include implementation support for institutions that were adapting to new child protection requirements. Teams of advocacy specialists and legal experts were available to provide consultation and training that would help schools, healthcare providers, and government agencies develop policies and procedures that met both legal requirements and best practices for protecting children's welfare. Harry's personal involvement in implementation work included visits to magical schools throughout Britain, where he provided presentations about children's rights while also conducting informal assessments of institutional culture and responsiveness to student welfare concerns. His presence at these events carried symbolic significance that reinforced the importance of child protection, while also providing practical guidance for students who might need advocacy services. One particularly meaningful visit involved Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, where Harry would soon be enrolled as a student but was currently serving as an advocate consultant, helping the institution address welfare and safety concerns that had been identified during the comprehensive audit mandated by his legal victory. Hogwarts had a complex history regarding student welfare, with traditions and practices that sometimes prioritized institutional reputation over individual student safety and well-being. The reforms being implemented would require significant cultural changes while preserving educational excellence and magical tradition that made the school internationally respected. Professor McGonagall, who would serve as Harry's head of house when he enrolled as a student, had been appointed to coordinate implementation of child protection reforms throughout the school. Her approach emphasized collaboration with student representatives rather than unilateral adult decision-making, reflecting recognition that students themselves were often best positioned to identify welfare concerns and recommend effective interventions. "Mr. Potter," she said during his consultation visit, "your advocacy work has helped us understand that student voice and participation are essential for creating truly safe and supportive educational environments. We're implementing regular forums where students can raise concerns and participate in developing policies that affect their daily lives and academic experience. The reforms at Hogwarts included establishment of an independent student advocacy office staffed by professionals who had no administrative responsibilities to the school itself, ensuring that student welfare concerns couldn't be suppressed or dismissed for institutional convenience. Students would have access to confidential counseling services, legal consultation when needed, and systematic channels for addressing everything from academic concerns to serious safety issues. But perhaps most importantly, the reforms emphasized prevention rather than simply response, creating educational programs that helped students understand their rights while building institutional culture that actively supported student welfare and academic success, rather than merely avoiding obvious failures in protection and care. Harry's upcoming enrollment at Hogwarts would represent a unique situation where someone who had helped design institutional reforms would experience them as a student subject to policies that his advocacy work had influenced. The perspective he would bring as both reformer and participant could provide valuable insights for ongoing refinement of child protection approaches throughout magical education. The summer months leading up to his Hogwarts enrollment were devoted to consolidating foundation operations and advocacy network activities that would continue during his academic year. Harry had developed organizational and leadership skills that positioned him to maintain oversight of child protection work, while also pursuing the academic and social development that every 11-year-old deserved, regardless of their public responsibilities. Augusta had been instrumental in helping him balance advocacy responsibilities with normal childhood experiences, ensuring that his public role didn't overwhelm his personal development or prevent him from forming the friendships and interests that would sustain him throughout adolescence and adulthood. Her guidance had helped him understand that effective long-term advocacy required personal foundation and emotional support that came from balanced life rather than total dedication to public service. The tutoring and preparation that Harry received for Hogwarts enrollment included both standard academic subjects and specialized instruction in magical law, institutional analysis, and advocacy strategies that would serve him throughout his life. But perhaps more importantly, his education emphasized critical thinking skills and ethical reasoning that would help him navigate complex decisions about when and how to use his influence and platform for maximum effectiveness. His magical abilities had developed remarkably under expert instruction, reflecting both natural talent that had been suppressed during his years with the Dursleys and intensive training that had accelerated his progress beyond typical levels for someone his age. But his tutors emphasized that magical power without wisdom and ethical grounding could become dangerous, requiring ongoing attention to moral development alongside technical skill acquisition. Professor McGonagall observed significant advancement in both his magical capabilities and his analytical reasoning during their regular assessment sessions throughout the summer. "Mr. Potter," she said, during one of their final tutorials before his Hogwarts enrollment, "your magical development has been extraordinary, reflecting both your natural abilities and the excellent instruction you've received. More importantly, your commitment to using your capabilities for protecting others and promoting justice suggests that you understand the responsibilities that come with power and influence." The recognition that his unusual experiences and accelerated development carried ongoing responsibilities helped Harry approach his upcoming Hogwarts enrollment with both excitement about normal student life and awareness that his advocacy work would continue alongside his academic pursuits. The Foundation had established operational procedures that would allow it to function effectively during his academic year, while maintaining his involvement in strategic decisions and major initiatives. Griphook and the Goblin legal team would provide ongoing oversight of legal and financial matters, while the Children's Advocacy Network had developed sufficient organizational capacity to pursue routine casework without requiring his constant personal attention. But Harry's most immediate concern as he prepared for Hogwarts was ensuring that his entrance to the school wouldn't disrupt the normal social dynamics that allowed students to form authentic friendships and academic relationships. His public profile as a successful legal advocate carried risks of isolating him from peers who might feel intimidated by his reputation or uncertain about how to relate to someone whose accomplishments exceeded typical 11-year-old experience. Augusta had arranged for informal meetings with several magical families whose children would be entering Hogwarts as first-year students, providing opportunities for Harry to establish friendships before the intensity of academic life and public attention could complicate social relationships. These preliminary connections had helped him develop confidence that he could maintain normal peer relationships despite his unusual public role and legal status. As the summer drew to a close and his departure for Hogwarts approached, Harry found himself reflecting on transformations that had occurred since that morning, when accidental magic had finally given him power to protect himself from Uncle Vernon's violence. The frightened, malnourished child who had lived in a cupboard under the stairs seemed like someone from another lifetime, replaced by a confident young advocate whose work had already protected dozens of vulnerable children while creating institutional changes that would continue benefiting magical society for generations. The upcoming academic year would provide opportunities for normal student experiences, while also allowing him to observe and contribute to implementation of reforms that his advocacy had helped create. His presence at Hogwarts as both student and reform consultant would provide unique perspectives on how theoretical child protection policies translated into practical improvements in daily institutional life. Standing in the gardens of Longbottom Manor on his final evening before departure for Hogwarts, surrounded by evidence of the security and purpose that he had never imagined possible during his years with the Dursleys, Harry Potter felt ready to embrace whatever challenges and opportunities the future might hold, while continuing to grow into someone whose contributions to justice and child protection would define his role in magical society for decades to come. The war for Harry Potter's individual welfare had been decisively won, but the broader campaign for comprehensive institutional accountability and child protection reform represented ongoing work that would continue throughout his academic career and beyond. His enrollment at Hogwarts would mark not the end of his advocacy career, but its transition into a new phase where direct institutional experience would enhance his effectiveness as a reformer and protector of vulnerable children throughout magical society. The scarlet steam engine that would carry Harry Potter to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry pulled into King's Cross Station on a crisp September morning that marked not just the beginning of his formal magical education, but the culmination of a transformation that had reshaped both his individual life and the entire structure of magical society's approach to protecting vulnerable children. The boy who boarded the Hogwarts Express was no longer the frightened, malnourished child who had lived in a cupboard under the stairs, but a confident young advocate whose legal victory had already protected dozens of vulnerable children while establishing precedents that would benefit magical society for generations to come. Harry's trunk contained not just the standard textbooks and magical supplies required for first-year students, but also correspondence from advocacy organizations throughout magical Britain who sought his guidance on implementing child protection reforms, along with draft legislation for international magical child welfare treaties that would extend his influence far beyond the borders of magical Britain. His owl, Hedwig, carried letters from magical children throughout Europe who had been inspired by his example to speak truth about their own experiences with institutional failure and family abuse. But perhaps most significantly, Harry carried with him the confidence and sense of purpose that came from understanding that his individual suffering had meaning beyond personal victimization, that his courage to demand justice had created lasting changes that protected other children from experiencing the systematic abandonment that had characterized his early childhood. The platform at King's Cross buzzed with the familiar energy of families preparing to send their children off to Hogwarts, but Harry's departure carried additional significance that was reflected in the gathering of supporters and colleagues who had come to see him off. Augusta Longbottom stood beside him with maternal pride that spoke of genuine affection rather than mere duty, while Neville fidgeted with excitement about beginning his own second year at the school that would now welcome Harry as both student and continuing advocate for institutional accountability. Griphook was present in his capacity as Harry's legal representative and financial advisor, carrying final documents related to Foundation operations that would continue during Harry's academic year. The Goblin's presence at a student departure ceremony was unprecedented, reflecting recognition that Harry's enrollment at Hogwarts represented not just personal milestone, but ongoing collaboration between individual advocate and institutional reform that would continue throughout his educational career. "You have accomplished extraordinary things already, Mr. Potter," Griphook said with obvious pride as they prepared for his departure. "Your enrollment at Hogwarts will provide opportunities for normal student experience, while also allowing you to observe and contribute to implementation of reforms that your advocacy helped create. The Foundation will continue its work with full confidence that your oversight and guidance will remain available when needed." Representatives from the Independent Child Advocacy Office, the Children's Advocacy Network, and several magical families whose children had been helped by Harry's Foundation work were also present to express their ongoing support and gratitude for his contributions to child protection reform. Their presence created visible evidence that his legal victory had generated community commitment to institutional accountability that would persist regardless of his individual involvement in daily operations. But Harry's attention was focused primarily on the normal student experience that awaited him at Hogwarts, the opportunity to form friendships and pursue academic interests without the constant pressure of legal proceedings and public advocacy responsibilities that had dominated his life since leaving Privet Drive. His transformation from victim to advocate had been necessary and meaningful, but he was still an 11-year-old who deserved opportunities for learning and social development that every magical child should expect from their educational experience. The train compartment that Harry entered contained 2 students who would become crucial to his Hogwarts experience and his ongoing development as both student and advocate. Ron Weasley, a red-haired boy from a large magical family known for their integrity and commitment to justice, immediately demonstrated the kind of genuine friendship that Harry had never experienced during his years with the Dursleys. "You're Harry Potter, aren't you?" Ron said, with obvious recognition, but without the awe or intimidation that Harry had learned to expect from people who knew about his legal victory against the Ministry. "My mum says you're the one who made them fix all the problems with how they treat magical children. She's been following your case in the Daily Prophet and says you've done more for children's rights than most adults accomplish in their entire careers." The recognition was gratifying, but Harry was relieved that Ron seemed more interested in normal conversation and potential friendship than in dwelling on his public accomplishments or legal status. The normalcy of their interaction suggested that Hogwarts might indeed provide opportunities for typical student relationships, despite his unusual background and continuing advocacy responsibilities. Hermione Granger, a Muggle-born witch whose academic preparation for Hogwarts had included extensive research into magical law and children's rights, demonstrated the kind of intellectual curiosity and commitment to justice that made her an immediate ally in both academic and advocacy pursuits. Her perspective as someone who had grown up outside magical society provided unique insights into institutional problems that pure-blood magical families might overlook or take for granted. "I've read about your legal challenge in several academic journals," Hermione said with obvious admiration. "The precedents you established for individual advocacy against institutional failure are being studied by legal scholars throughout the magical world. But more importantly, the practical reforms you've created are already protecting children who might otherwise have been failed by systems that prioritized administrative convenience over child welfare." The conversation that developed among the three students during their journey to Hogwarts revealed shared values and complementary perspectives that suggested strong potential for both friendship and collaboration. Ron's practical understanding of magical society, combined with Hermione's analytical approach to institutional problems, and Harry's direct experience with advocacy and reform, to create intellectual synergy that would serve them well throughout their academic careers. But perhaps most importantly for Harry's personal development, both Ron and Hermione related to him as an individual rather than simply as a famous advocate or legal victor. Their interest in his experiences was genuine and thoughtful, but they were equally interested in discovering his personality, interests, and perspectives that had nothing to do with his public role or advocacy accomplishments. As the Hogwarts Express wound its way through the British countryside toward the castle that would become Harry's academic home, he found himself reflecting on the transformation that had occurred since that morning when accidental magic had finally given him power to protect himself from Uncle Vernon's violence. The journey from powerless victim to confident advocate had been challenging and sometimes overwhelming, but it had also revealed capabilities and purposes that he never could have imagined during his years of systematic abuse and institutional abandonment. The castle of Hogwarts emerged from the Scottish Highlands as the sun began to set, its towers and battlements creating a silhouette that spoke of centuries of magical education and tradition. But Harry's perception of the institution was influenced by his recent involvement in comprehensive reforms designed to ensure that academic excellence would be accompanied by genuine commitment to student welfare and institutional accountability. The great hall where the sorting ceremony took place buzzed with energy that reflected not just the excitement of new students beginning their magical education, but recognition that this year's incoming class included someone whose advocacy had already influenced institutional policies throughout magical Britain. Harry's presence at Hogwarts carried symbolic significance that extended far beyond his individual academic pursuits. Professor McGonagall, who would serve as his head of house and had been instrumental in implementing child protection reforms throughout the school, announced the sorting ceremony with obvious pride in the institutional changes that had been achieved over the past months. Her expression suggested satisfaction that Hogwarts was becoming the kind of educational environment that truly deserved its reputation for excellence and innovation. As the sorting hat was placed upon his head, Harry felt the familiar tingle of magic that had characterized so many significant moments since his rescue from Privet Drive. But this time, the magical energy felt different, less defensive than the protective barriers he had created during crisis situations, more aligned with growth and possibility than mere survival and resistance. The sorting hat's voice resonated in his mind with recognition that reflected both his individual qualities and his unique experiences with institutional failure and advocacy success. "Ah, Harry Potter," the hat said with obvious interest. "Courage beyond measure, intelligence sharpened by adversity, loyalty to principles rather than merely to people, and ambition directed toward justice rather than personal advancement. You could excel in any house, but your commitment to protecting others and holding institutions accountable suggests that Gryffindor will provide the best environment for your continued development as both student and advocate." The announcement that Harry Potter had been sorted into Gryffindor House was met with enthusiastic applause from students throughout the Great Hall, but the cheering seemed to reflect genuine welcome rather than mere celebrity worship. His reputation had preceded him to Hogwarts, but it was reputation based on accomplishment and principle rather than inherited fame or magical accident. The Gryffindor table where Harry took his seat included students from all year levels who had been following his advocacy work and legal challenge through daily profit coverage and family discussions. Their questions and comments reflected genuine interest in his experiences, while also demonstrating understanding that his public role was only one aspect of his identity and interests. Fred and George Weasley, Ron's older brothers who were known for their innovative approach to magic and their skeptical attitude toward institutional authority, expressed particular appreciation for Harry's success in holding the ministry accountable for systematic failures in child protection. "You've shown that even the most powerful institutions can be challenged when someone has the courage to demand justice and the legal representation necessary to pursue it effectively," Fred said, with obvious admiration. "That's a lesson that every student should understand, regardless of their career aspirations or personal background." Their recognition that his advocacy had implications for all students, not just those who might face child welfare issues, reflected growing awareness throughout magical society that institutional accountability benefited everyone who depended on government services or educational opportunities. The feast that followed the sorting ceremony provided opportunities for Harry to begin forming the friendships and social connections that would sustain him throughout his academic career, while also allowing him to observe firsthand the implementation of welfare and safety reforms that his advocacy had helped create. The atmosphere in the Great Hall felt more relaxed and inclusive than traditional Hogwarts descriptions suggested, reflecting cultural changes that emphasized student voice and participation rather than mere deference to adult authority. Professor Dumbledore's conspicuous absence from the head table served as visible reminder that institutional accountability had real consequences for individuals whose decisions endangered children's welfare, regardless of their previous reputation or political influence. The reforms implemented at Hogwarts had included comprehensive review of leadership and policies that prioritized student welfare over institutional tradition or administrative convenience. Professor McGonagall, serving as acting headmistress pending the appointment of permanent leadership, addressed the assembled students with obvious commitment to creating educational environment that combined academic excellence with genuine care for student development and welfare. "Students of Hogwarts," she said, with authority that commanded attention throughout the Great Hall, "this academic year will be marked by continued implementation of reforms designed to ensure that every student has voice, protection, and opportunity to achieve their full potential. These changes reflect our commitment to educational excellence that includes rather than excludes attention to student welfare and institutional accountability." The reforms she outlined included regular student forums where concerns could be raised and addressed, independent advocacy services for students who needed support in resolving academic or personal challenges, and systematic evaluation processes that ensured institutional policies served student interests rather than merely administrative convenience. But perhaps most significantly, the reforms emphasized prevention and early intervention rather than simply responding to crises after harm had already occurred. Educational programs would help students understand their rights while building institutional culture that actively supported student success rather than merely avoiding obvious failures in protection and care. Harry's first night in Gryffindor Tower provided opportunities to begin forming the dormitory friendships that would be crucial to his social development throughout his Hogwarts career. His roommates, including Ron and Neville, along with Dean Thomas and Seamus Finnegan, demonstrated the kind of genuine interest in getting to know him as an individual that suggested authentic friendship potential, rather than mere fascination with his public reputation. The conversations that developed as they prepared for sleep revealed shared interests and values that transcended their different backgrounds and experiences. Dean's artistic talents, Seamus's enthusiasm for magical experimentation, Ron's loyalty and humor, and Neville's quiet wisdom created group dynamics that would provide emotional support and intellectual stimulation throughout their academic careers. But perhaps most importantly for Harry's personal development, his roommates related to him without the deference or intimidation that his legal status and advocacy accomplishments might have generated. They were interested in his experiences and perspectives, but they were equally interested in discovering his personality, preferences, and potential for friendship that had nothing to do with his public role. As Harry settled into his four-poster bed in Gryffindor Tower, he found himself thinking about the journey that had brought him from a cupboard under the stairs to one of the most prestigious educational institutions in the magical world. The transformation had been remarkable not just in external circumstances, but in his understanding of his own capabilities and potential for meaningful contribution to justice and institutional reform. The academic year ahead would provide opportunities for normal student experiences, while also allowing him to continue his advocacy work through direct observation and participation in institutional life at Hogwarts. His presence as both student and reform consultant would provide unique perspectives on how theoretical child protection policies translated into practical improvements in daily educational experience. The first week of classes revealed the comprehensive nature of magical education, while also demonstrating how institutional reforms had enhanced rather than compromised academic excellence. Harry's courses in transfiguration, potions, charms, and defense against the dark arts provided rigorous intellectual challenges that engaged his natural abilities, while building practical skills necessary for advanced magical practice. But perhaps more significantly, his classes included components that addressed ethical reasoning, institutional analysis, and civic responsibility that prepared students for meaningful participation in magical society rather than simply technical magical competence. These additions reflected recognition that magical education should develop citizens capable of holding institutions accountable and protecting vulnerable community members. Professor McGonagall's transfiguration classes emphasized not just technical mastery of magical transformation, but understanding of ethical implications when magical power was applied to problems involving other people's welfare and autonomy. Her approach reflected awareness that magical abilities without moral reasoning could become dangerous to both practitioners and those affected by their actions. Professor Flitwick's charms instruction included extensive discussion of consent and boundaries when magic was used to influence other people's experiences or decisions. His emphasis on ethical magical practice provided foundation for understanding how magical power should be exercised responsibly rather than simply effectively. Even Professor Snape's potions classes, despite his intimidating teaching style and obvious personal hostility toward Harry, included rigorous attention to safety protocols and ethical considerations that governed the creation and distribution of substances that could affect other people's health and behavior. But it was in defense against the dark arts, taught by Professor Quirrell, that Harry encountered the most direct application of skills that connected to his advocacy work. The course addressed not just magical threats, but institutional and social dangers that could harm individuals and communities when powerful people abused their authority or neglected their responsibilities. The practical exercises in defensive magic provided Harry with advanced training that built upon the protective abilities he had demonstrated during his confrontation with Uncle Vernon. His natural talents, enhanced by the intensive magical education he had received at Longbottom Manor, positioned him as one of the most capable students in his year, despite his limited formal preparation. But perhaps more importantly, his experiences with institutional advocacy provided unique perspectives on magical defense that emphasized protection of vulnerable individuals rather than simply personal safety or combat effectiveness. His approach to defensive magic reflected understanding that magical power should be used to shield others from harm rather than merely to demonstrate superior capabilities. As the autumn term progressed, Harry found himself balancing normal student experiences with ongoing foundation work and advocacy responsibilities that continued despite his academic commitments. Weekend trips to Hogsmeade provided opportunities to meet with Children's Advocacy Network coordinators, who updated him on cases throughout magical Britain while also allowing him to maintain oversight of Foundation operations. The success stories that these meetings revealed provided continuous validation that his legal challenge had created lasting improvements in children's lives throughout magical society. Each case where institutional failures were prevented or quickly corrected represented vindication that his individual suffering had generated meaningful benefits for vulnerable children who would never know that their protection had been secured by his courage and determination. But Harry was equally gratified by the normal friendships and academic achievements that characterized his daily life at Hogwarts. His success in classes reflected both natural intelligence and intensive preparation, while his relationships with roommates and classmates provided social connections that had nothing to do with his public reputation or advocacy accomplishments. The Halloween feast during his first term provided opportunity for reflection on how completely his life had been transformed in the single year since his rescue from Privet Drive. The frightened, malnourished child who had lived in a cupboard seemed like someone from another lifetime, replaced by a confident student whose academic and social success was accompanied by ongoing contributions to justice and institutional reform. As winter approached, and his first term at Hogwarts neared its conclusion, Harry found himself preparing for Christmas holidays that would be spent at Longbottom Manor with Augusta and Neville, surrounded by the family warmth and security that he had never experienced during his childhood with the Dursleys. The prospect of returning to a home where he was genuinely wanted and valued continued to amaze him, despite months of experience with unconditional adult care and support. The foundation work that continued throughout his academic year had expanded to include international collaboration with child protection organizations that were implementing similar reforms in magical communities throughout Europe and North America. Harry's expertise and experience were increasingly recognized as valuable resources for advocates worldwide who faced institutional resistance similar to what he had encountered in magical Britain. But perhaps most significantly, the success of comprehensive reforms in magical Britain had attracted attention from Muggle child protection organizations who were studying magical approaches to institutional accountability and systematic advocacy. The precedents established by Harry's legal challenge were influencing reform movements in both magical and non-magical communities, creating potential for collaboration that could protect vulnerable children regardless of their magical status. As Harry sat in the Gryffindor common room on his final evening before Christmas holidays, working on an essay for Professor McGonagall, while correspondence from advocacy organizations lay scattered across nearby tables, he reflected on the dual nature of his current life. He was simultaneously a normal first-year student struggling with Transfiguration homework and an internationally recognized advocate whose legal victory had influenced child protection policies throughout the magical world. The balance between normal childhood experiences and extraordinary advocacy responsibilities required ongoing attention and adjustment. But Harry found that both aspects of his life enriched and informed each other. His academic success provided intellectual foundation for increasingly sophisticated advocacy work, while his reform activities gave practical meaning and purpose to his theoretical studies. His roommates had gradually become aware of the scope of his advocacy work and foundation operations, but their responses reflected acceptance and support rather than intimidation or excessive deference. Ron often helped with correspondence from magical families seeking foundation assistance, while Hermione provided research support for policy development and legal analysis. Neville, during his visits to Longbottom Manor, had become an informal advisor whose perspective on family dynamics and institutional relationships helped Harry understand how reforms were affecting normal magical families throughout Britain. His insights were particularly valuable for ensuring that advocacy work remained grounded in practical understanding of how policies affected daily life rather than merely theoretical principles. The Christmas holidays at Longbottom Manor provided opportunities for comprehensive review of foundation operations and planning for expanded advocacy work that would continue throughout the remainder of his academic career. The success of reforms implemented during his first year at Hogwarts had generated requests for consultation from magical schools throughout Europe, creating opportunities for international influence that exceeded his most optimistic projections. But the holidays also provided time for reflection on personal growth and relationship development that had nothing to do with public advocacy or legal accomplishments. His friendship with Neville had deepened into genuine brotherhood, while his relationship with Augusta had evolved into something approaching the healthy parental bond that every child deserved, regardless of their family circumstances. The security and belonging that he experienced at Longbottom Manor continued to provide foundation for all his other activities and relationships, creating emotional stability that allowed him to pursue demanding advocacy work while maintaining perspective and balance necessary for healthy development. As Harry prepared to return to Hogwarts for the spring term, carrying correspondence from advocacy organizations worldwide, along with his academic textbooks and personal belongings, he found himself looking forward to continued growth and development in both student and advocate roles. The integration of normal childhood experiences with extraordinary public responsibilities had proven sustainable and mutually reinforcing rather than conflicting. The train journey back to Hogwarts provided opportunities to share holiday experiences with Ron and Hermione, while also discussing foundation work and advocacy developments that had occurred during their separation. Their interest in his public responsibilities was genuine and supportive, while their friendship provided grounding in normal adolescent concerns and relationships that kept his advocacy work connected to practical understanding of how children experienced daily institutional interactions. As the Hogwarts Express approached the castle for the beginning of spring term, Harry reflected on the completeness of his transformation from powerless victim to confident student and effective advocate. The boy who had lived in a cupboard under the stairs had become someone whose voice commanded respect from powerful adults, while his academic success demonstrated that advocacy accomplishments were accompanied by normal intellectual and social development. The journal that Harry had begun keeping during his early days at Longbottom Manor now contained reflections on experiences that spanned from systematic abuse and institutional abandonment to legal victory and comprehensive reform. But the entries that meant the most to him were those that recorded ordinary moments of friendship, academic achievement, and family warmth that proved his childhood could include normal experiences despite extraordinary circumstances and responsibilities. The final entry in his first-year journal, written on the evening before spring term began, captured both his gratitude for transformation that had occurred and his determination to continue growing into someone whose contributions to justice and child protection would define his role in magical society for decades to come. "I used to think that surviving was the most I could hope for," he wrote with the clear handwriting that tutoring at Longbottom Manor had helped him develop. "Now I understand that surviving was just the beginning. The real accomplishment is using experiences that could have destroyed me to protect other children from suffering the same institutional abandonment that shaped my early childhood. Every child who receives better protection because of reforms that my legal challenge created represents proof that individual courage can generate lasting institutional change. The boy who had lived in a cupboard under the stairs was gone forever, replaced by a confident young advocate whose academic success was accompanied by ongoing contributions to child protection reform that would continue throughout his educational career and beyond. The transformation had been complete, but the mission it had revealed was just beginning to unfold with possibilities that extended far beyond anything he could have imagined during those dark years at Privet Drive. Standing at the window of the Hogwarts Express as the castle came into view, surrounded by friends who valued him for his character rather than his reputation, Harry Potter felt ready to embrace whatever challenges and opportunities the future might hold while continuing to grow into someone whose legacy would be measured not by fame or magical power, but by the vulnerable children whose lives were made safer and more hopeful because he had found the courage to demand that powerful institutions be held accountable for their most fundamental responsibilities. The sensation of traveling by magical means was unlike anything Harry Potter could have imagined in his 9 years of carefully controlled existence. One moment he was standing in the sterile, white corridor of the Ministry's Child Welfare Division, clutching a small bag containing his meager possessions, and the next he was spinning through what felt like a tunnel made of emerald fire, his stomach performing acrobatics that would have impressed even Dudley's gymnastics instructor. When the spinning stopped, Harry found himself stumbling out of an ornate fireplace into what appeared to be a bustling pub filled with the most extraordinary collection of people he had ever seen. A witch in emerald robes swept past him, her pointed hat adorned with what looked like tiny silver stars that actually twinkled. At a corner table, a wizard was reading a newspaper whose photographs moved and gestured as if they were miniature television screens. Behind the bar, a man with a wild beard was polishing glasses that seemed to clean themselves when he wasn't looking. "Easy there, young man," said Junior Aura Clearwater, steadying Harry with a gentle hand on his shoulder. "Flu travel takes some getting used to. Even experienced wizards occasionally arrive a bit green around the gills." Harry looked up at the kind-faced Aura who had rescued him from Privet Drive just hours earlier. The morning felt like a lifetime ago now, though the sun was still climbing toward its midday peak. Everything that had happened since that moment of accidental magic in the Dursley hallway seemed too extraordinary to be real. Yet here he was, standing in what was unmistakably a magical establishment. "Welcome to the Leaky Cauldron," Clearwater continued, gesturing around the crowded room with obvious pride. "This is the entrance to Diagon Alley, the heart of magical commerce in Britain. We need to make a quick stop at Gringotts Wizarding Bank to verify your identity for our official records before we can proceed with your placement arrangements." "Gringotts," Harry repeated, testing the unfamiliar name on his tongue. The word felt strange and wonderful, heavy with possibilities he couldn't yet comprehend. Think if any of you have ever walked into a place that felt like stepping into a completely different world. Maybe it was your first day at a new school, or entering a building you'd only heard stories about. That sense of wonder mixed with nervousness, where everything is familiar, yet utterly foreign at the same time. I'd love to hear about your own first encounters with places that expanded your understanding of what was possible in this world. The barkeeper, a man whose wild hair and beard gave him the appearance of a friendly giant, looked up as they approached the bar. "Tom," Clearwater said with a nod, "we need passage to Diagon Alley for official ministry business." "Of course, Aura Clearwater," Tom replied, his voice warm with the kind of genuine hospitality that Harry had never experienced at the Dursleys. "And this must be young Harry Potter. Word travels fast in the magical community, lad. We're all very pleased to know you're safe now." Harry wasn't entirely sure what to make of being recognized by a complete stranger, but the kindness in Tom's voice was unmistakable. It was the same tone that his primary school teacher, Mrs. Patterson, used when she asked him about his bruises or why he sometimes fell asleep during lessons, the tone of an adult who actually cared about his well-being. Tom led them through a door at the back of the pub into a small courtyard surrounded by high brick walls. Harry was beginning to think they had taken a wrong turn when Tom pulled out what appeared to be a wooden stick and tapped a specific sequence of bricks in the wall. Immediately, the bricks began to shift and rearrange themselves, opening into an archway that revealed the most magnificent street Harry had ever seen. Diagon Alley stretched before him, like something from the most vivid dream he had ever dared to have. The cobblestone street wound between buildings that seemed to defy every law of physics and architecture Harry had learned about in his limited education. Shops leaned at impossible angles, their upper floors jutting out so far that they nearly touched the buildings across the street. Signs hung in midair without any visible means of support, advertising everything from cauldrons to wands to something called Bertie Bott's Every Flavor Beans. The people walking through the alley were even more remarkable than the buildings. Wizards and witches of every age and description moved about their business with the casual confidence of people who had never questioned whether magic was real. A woman in flowing purple robes was examining a crystal ball that seemed to contain its own miniature thunderstorm. An elderly wizard was reading a book whose pages turned themselves, while he sipped tea from a cup that refilled itself whenever it grew empty. Children ran between the adult shoppers, their laughter bright and carefree in a way that made something ache in Harry's chest. He watched a girl about his own age demonstrate a toy broomstick to her parents, the tiny vehicle hovering 3 feet off the ground while she explained its features with obvious expertise. These children moved through this magical world with the easy familiarity that Harry had never been allowed to feel anywhere. Magnificent, isn't it? Clearwater said quietly, watching Harry's face with understanding eyes. I still remember my first time seeing Diagon Alley. I was 7 years old, and my parents brought me here after my Hogwarts letter arrived. The wonder never completely fades, you know. Even now, after years of working in the magical world, I sometimes catch myself marveling at the simple miracle of it all. Harry nodded, not trusting his voice to remain steady. Everything about this place felt like coming home to somewhere he had never been, like discovering a part of himself he hadn't known was missing. The very air seemed to hum with possibilities, with the promise that in this world extraordinary things were not just accepted, but celebrated. They made their way down the alley, Clearwater pointing out various shops and explaining their purposes. Ollivanders sold wands, the tools that allowed wizards to focus and direct their magical abilities. Flourish and Blots specialized in magical books, including textbooks for students attending wizarding schools. Madame Malkin's provided robes for all occasions, from everyday wear to formal dress robes for special events. Each establishment seemed to offer wonders that challenged everything Harry thought he knew about the world. In the window of one shop, he saw quills that wrote by themselves, apparently taking dictation from their owners. Another displayed an assortment of telescopes that seemed to show not just stars and planets, but entire other worlds spinning in the depths of space. But it was the building at the end of the street that truly took Harry's breath away. Gringotts' Wizarding Bank rose before them like a white marble palace, its bronze doors gleaming in the afternoon sun. Columns supported a grand facade that spoke of centuries of stability and power, while the intricate carvings that decorated every surface suggested a craftsmanship that went far beyond mere human skill. And standing guard beside those magnificent doors were the most extraordinary creatures Harry had ever seen. The goblins were shorter than humans, but carried themselves with a dignity that made their stature irrelevant. Their long fingers and sharp features gave them an alien beauty, while their dark eyes held an intelligence that seemed to pierce straight through to the truth of whatever they observed. They wore elaborately decorated uniforms that somehow managed to look both military and financial, as if they were equally prepared for battle or bookkeeping. Impressive, aren't they? Clearwater said with obvious respect. Goblins have been the guardians of wizarding wealth for over 1,000 years. They're also the finest metalworkers and craftsmen in the magical world. Those doors we're about to walk through were forged by goblin hands, using techniques that human wizards still don't fully understand. As they approached the entrance, Harry could see that the bronze doors were covered with warnings and disclaimers written in flowing script. The message was clear. Gringotts was not a place where foolishness or dishonesty would be tolerated. This was an institution that took security seriously, that protected its clients' interests with methods both magical and ancient. The goblin guards nodded respectfully to Clearwater as they passed, their eyes lingering on Harry with what seemed like professional curiosity rather than mere recognition. Harry found their attention less unnerving than the stares he had received from the wizards in the leaky cauldron. The goblins' interest felt clinical, as if they were evaluating him according to criteria that had nothing to do with fame or notoriety. The interior of Gringotts exceeded even Harry's most optimistic expectations. The main hall was a cathedral of marble and precious metals, with a ceiling so high that it seemed to disappear into shadows far above their heads. Massive chandeliers provided illumination that somehow managed to be both warm and brilliant, casting everything in a golden glow that made even the most ordinary objects seem precious. Along both walls, goblin tellers worked behind bronze grills, their long fingers moving with mechanical precision as they weighed precious metals, counted coins, and maintained the financial records that kept the wizarding economy functioning. The soft sounds of their work, the gentle clink of metal against metal, the scratch of quills on parchment, the whispered conversations between tellers and clients, created a symphony of commerce that spoke of centuries of uninterrupted operation. But what truly captured Harry's attention were the other customers. Wizards and witches from every walk of magical life conducted their business with the kind of casual confidence that spoke of inherited wealth and established social position. An elderly witch in elaborate black robes was discussing investment opportunities with a goblin who consulted charts that seemed to update themselves as they spoke. A young wizard in expensive-looking traveling clothes was exchanging what appeared to be foreign magical currency, the coins shifting color and size as they were counted. These people belonged here in a way that Harry had never belonged anywhere. They moved through this world of wonders with the easy familiarity of those who had never questioned their right to magic, who had grown up expecting extraordinary things as their natural inheritance. "Mr. Potter," Clearwater said, guiding Harry toward one of the teller windows. "We need to speak with someone about verifying your identity for our official records. Standard procedure when a magical child comes into ministry custody, especially one whose guardianship situation may need to be reviewed." The goblin behind the grill looked up from his ledgers with the kind of sharp attention that suggested he had heard every word of their conversation. His nameplate identified him as Gornook, Senior Account Manager, and his elaborately decorated uniform indicated a position of considerable authority within the bank's hierarchy. "Ministry business regarding identity verification," Gornook stated, his voice carrying just a hint of skeptical amusement. "And the child in question would be the famous Harry Potter, I presume." "That's correct," Clearwater confirmed, producing his official credentials and placing them on the marble counter. "We need to confirm Mr. Potter's identity for our child welfare records and ensure that all legal documentation regarding his accounts and inheritance is properly filed with the appropriate authorities." Gornook examined Clearwater's credentials with the thorough attention of someone who had spent decades detecting forgeries and fraudulent claims. Finally satisfied, he returned the papers and turned his penetrating gaze to Harry. "Mr. Potter," the goblin said formally, "please place your right hand on this verification stone. The process is entirely painless and will confirm your magical identity beyond any possibility of deception or substitution." Harry looked at the smooth black stone that Gornook placed on the counter, its surface seeming to absorb light rather than reflect it. There was something almost hypnotic about its depth, as if it contained mysteries that went far beyond simple identity verification. Following the goblin's instructions, Harry pressed his palm against the stone's cool surface. Immediately, lines of silver light began to race across its dark expanse, forming patterns that seemed both random and purposeful. The stone grew warm beneath his hand, though not uncomfortably so, and Harry felt a strange tingling sensation that reminded him of the protective magic he had somehow summoned against Uncle Vernon. The silver line suddenly blazed with brilliant light before settling into a stable pattern that covered the entire surface of the stone. Gornook leaned forward to examine the results, his expression shifting from professional interest to something approaching shock. "Most interesting," the goblin murmured, his voice carefully neutral despite the obvious surprise in his eyes. "Most interesting indeed. Mr. Potter, would you be so kind as to wait here for just a moment while I consult with my supervisor regarding your account status?" "Account status?" Harry repeated, confused. "I don't have an account here. I don't have any money at all." Gornook's expression suggested that Harry's assumption might be somewhat premature. "If you would excuse me for just a moment," he said diplomatically, disappearing through a door behind the teller's station. Clearwater looked equally puzzled by the goblin's reaction. "That's odd," he said, quietly. "Identity verification is usually a straightforward process. I've never seen a goblin request supervisory consultation for something so routine." They waited in increasingly uncomfortable silence, watching other customers conduct their business with the easy efficiency that spoke of long-established relationships and familiar procedures. Harry found himself wondering what kind of complications his simple identity verification could possibly have created. When Gornook returned, he was accompanied by an older goblin, whose elaborate robes and numerous decorations identified him as someone of considerable importance within the bank's hierarchy. This goblin's eyes held the sharp intelligence of someone who had spent decades navigating the complex intersection of magical law, financial regulation, and political necessity. "Mr. Potter," the senior goblin said with formal courtesy, "I am Griphook, Senior Accounts Manager for ancient and noble houses. It appears that your identity verification has revealed some irregularities in your account documentation that require immediate attention." "Irregularities," Clearwater repeated, his aura training making him instantly alert to potential complications. "What sort of irregularities?" Griphook exchanged a meaningful look with Gornook before responding. "The kind of irregularities that suggest Mr. Potter's guardianship arrangements may not have been established according to proper magical law. The kind that indicate certain legal protections and financial oversight that should have been in place have been systematically ignored for the past 9 years. Harry felt his heart begin to race as the implications of Griphook's words began to sink in. The goblins had discovered something about his situation that went beyond simple identity verification, something that suggested the Dursleys' treatment of him might have been not just cruel, but actually illegal, according to the laws that governed magical society. Perhaps, Griphook continued with the careful precision of someone who understood the weight of his words, it would be appropriate to discuss this matter in more private surroundings. These are issues that affect not just Mr. Potter's immediate welfare, but his long-term rights and protections under magical law. Clearwater nodded grimly, his expression suggesting that his routine assignment to verify a child's identity had just become something far more complex and potentially explosive. "By all means," he said formally. "The Ministry is very interested in ensuring that all magical children receive proper protection under the law." As they followed Griphook toward a private consultation room, Harry felt the same electric anticipation that had filled the air just before his accidental magic had manifested at Privet Drive. Something momentous was about to happen, something that would change not just his immediate circumstances, but his entire understanding of who he was and what rights he might have in this extraordinary new world. The consultation room was smaller than the main banking hall, but no less impressive, with walls lined with ledgers that seemed to maintain themselves, and a conference table made from a single piece of what appeared to be polished emerald. Griphook gestured for them to be seated, before pulling out a file that was considerably thicker than Harry would have expected for someone who supposedly had no accounts or assets. "Mr. Potter," Griphook began, his tone suggesting that they were about to discuss matters of considerable gravity. "According to our records, you are the sole heir to several significant magical inheritances, including properties, financial assets, and ancient family privileges that should have been accessible to you upon the death of your parents. More importantly, the management of these assets during your minority should have been overseen by properly appointed magical guardians, according to specific legal protocols." Harry stared at the goblin, trying to process what he was hearing. He had spent 9 years being told that he was unwanted burden, a drain on the Dursleys' resources, someone who should be grateful for whatever scraps of attention and basic necessities they chose to provide. The idea that he might actually have resources of his own, that his parents had left him something more than just the burden of their early death, was almost impossible to believe. "None of these protocols appear to have been followed," Griphook continued, his voice growing harder with each word. "No magical guardian was appointed. No oversight was established. No verification was conducted to ensure your welfare or proper care. In fact, according to our records, no one from the magical community has inquired about your status or well-being since you were placed with your relatives over 9 years ago." The silence that followed was deafening. Clearwater's face had gone pale as the full implications of what Griphook was describing began to sink in. This wasn't just a case of a magical child being mistreated by ignorant relatives. This was evidence of systematic negligence on the part of the entire magical community, a failure of responsibility that had left one of their own vulnerable to abuse and exploitation. But perhaps most damning of all was what Griphook revealed next, his voice now carrying the cold precision of someone delivering an indictment. Most concerning, however, is the discovery that guardianship payments have been issued monthly to the Dursley family from a ministry discretionary fund, payments that were supposed to ensure your proper care and welfare. These payments have continued without interruption for 9 years, despite the apparent absence of any oversight or verification that the funds were being used for their intended purpose. Harry felt the world tilt around him as he tried to understand what the goblin was telling him. The ministry had been paying the Dursleys to take care of him. The government of the magical world had been providing money specifically intended to ensure his welfare, while he lived in a cupboard under the stairs and endured regular beatings for displaying the very magical abilities that made him part of their community. The betrayal was so complete, so systematic, that Harry could barely comprehend it. It wasn't just that the Dursleys had treated him badly. It was that the people who should have protected him, who had the responsibility and apparently the resources to ensure his welfare, had utterly failed in their duty. Worse, they had actually been funding his abuse while remaining willfully ignorant of his suffering. As Griphook continued to outline the extent of the legal and financial irregularities surrounding Harry's guardianship, one thing became crystal clear. This wasn't going to be resolved with a simple change of living arrangements. This was going to require a reckoning with an entire system that had failed one of its most vulnerable members. And sitting in that elegant consultation room, surrounded by evidence of wealth and privilege that should have been his birthright, Harry Potter began to understand that he might have the power to demand exactly that kind of reckoning. The private consultation room at Gringotts felt charged with an energy that had nothing to do with magic and everything to do with the systematic unraveling of nearly a decade of institutional negligence. Griphook spread documents across the polished emerald table with the methodical precision of someone who had spent centuries building cases that could withstand the most rigorous scrutiny. Each parchment he placed seemed to represent another failure, another oversight, another violation of laws that were supposed to protect magical children from exactly the kind of abuse Harry had endured. Junior Aura Clearwater sat rigidly in his chair, his face growing paler with each revelation. This routine identity verification had transformed into something that could potentially shake the foundations of how the magical government handled child welfare. Harry watched the Aura's expression shift from professional concern to barely controlled outrage as the full scope of the ministry's failures became clear. But it was Harry himself who felt the most profound sense of displacement. For 9 years, his entire understanding of his place in the world had been shaped by the Dursleys' narrative. He was an unwanted burden, a freak whose very existence was a drain on their generosity and patience. He should be grateful for the roof over his head, the food in his stomach, the clothes on his back, no matter how grudgingly these basic necessities were provided. Now Griphook was systematically destroying every foundation of that carefully constructed mythology, replacing it with something far more complex and infinitely more damaging. The magical world hadn't simply failed to protect him through ignorance or oversight. They had actively funded his abuse while maintaining willful blindness to his suffering. "Mr. Potter," Griphook said, his voice carrying the weight of someone delivering news that would change everything. "Before we proceed further with this discussion, I believe it's important that you understand exactly what your legal status should have been from the moment you entered the guardianship of your relatives." The goblin pulled out a leather-bound tome that looked ancient enough to have been present at the founding of Gringotts itself. The pages he turned to were covered with text in multiple languages, with notations and amendments that spoke of centuries of legal precedent and careful interpretation. According to the Magical Children's Protection Act of 1692, any magical child who loses both parents becomes a ward of the magical community as a whole, with specific protections and rights that cannot be waived or ignored regardless of the circumstances of their placement. These protections exist specifically to prevent the kind of neglect and abuse that can occur when magical children are placed with non-magical guardians who may not understand or accept their magical nature. Harry leaned forward, trying to follow the complex legal language that Griphook was reading from the ancient text. The words seemed designed to be as comprehensive as possible, covering every conceivable situation where a magical child might be vulnerable to mistreatment or exploitation. The Act requires that any magical child in non-magical custody be assigned a magical advocate within 30 days of placement, Griphook continued, his finger following the relevant passage. This advocate is responsible for conducting monthly welfare checks, ensuring proper magical education, overseeing any financial support provided for the child's care, and serving as a liaison between the child and the broader magical community. Monthly welfare checks. Harry tried to imagine what his life might have been like if someone from the magical world had appeared at Privet Drive every month, asking about his well-being, inspecting his living conditions, ensuring that he was being treated with basic human decency. Would Uncle Vernon have dared to use his fists if he knew that magical authorities were actively monitoring Harry's welfare? Would Aunt Petunia have been able to justify locking him in the cupboard if she knew someone would be asking detailed questions about his living arrangements? Furthermore, Griphook said, turning to another section of the legal text, the Act specifically requires that any financial support provided for the child's care be documented and accounted for, with regular audits to ensure that funds designated for the child's welfare are actually being used for food, clothing, housing, education, and medical care appropriate to the child's needs and social status. Clearwater made a choking sound that might have been either laughter or horror. Social status, he repeated. Harry Potter is arguably the most famous child in the magical world, heir to one of the oldest and most respected magical families in Britain. His social status should have ensured treatment befitting a young lord, not existence in a cupboard under the stairs. Griphook nodded grimly. Indeed, Aura Clearwater. Which brings us to perhaps the most egregious violation of all. Mr. Potter, as the sole heir of the ancient and most noble house of Potter, should have been afforded protections and privileges that go far beyond those guaranteed to ordinary magical children. His family's status within magical society carries with it certain rights that cannot be ignored or waived, regardless of the preferences of his guardians. Ancient and most noble house. The words echoed in Harry's mind like bells tolling. He had always known that his parents had died fighting against an evil wizard, but the Dursleys had made their deaths seem like the inevitable result of involving themselves in the kind of freakish behavior that they spent so much energy trying to suppress in Harry. The idea that his parents had been members of magical nobility, that their deaths had been a sacrifice rather than a consequence, fundamentally altered how he understood his own identity and heritage. But Griphook wasn't finished revealing the extent of the failures that had shaped Harry's life. Reaching for another set of documents, the goblin spread out what appeared to be financial records covering the past 9 years. Now we come to perhaps the most troubling aspect of this entire situation, Griphook said, his voice taking on the cold precision of someone presenting evidence of criminal negligence. The Ministry has been providing monthly guardian support payments to the Dursley family since shortly after your placement with them. These payments, which total several thousand galleons over the past 9 years, were specifically designated to ensure your proper care and welfare. Harry stared at the financial records spread before him, trying to process what he was seeing. The payments were substantial, far more than the Dursleys had ever spent on his care, even by the most generous accounting. The monthly amounts would have easily covered proper food, clothing, and housing for a growing child, with money left over for educational and recreational expenses that might help a magical child adjust to life in the non-magical world. Instead, Harry had lived in a cupboard, worn Dudley's cast-off clothes that were always either too large or too small, and subsisted on whatever scraps the Dursleys chose to provide after ensuring their own comfort and Dudley's constant indulgence. The money intended for his welfare had apparently been treated as a general supplement to the Dursley family income used to fund their lifestyle, while Harry's basic needs were met only grudgingly and inadequately. The records show no evidence of oversight, auditing, or verification that these funds were being used for their intended purpose, Griphook continued relentlessly. No magical representative ever visited to ensure your welfare. No reports were filed regarding your living conditions, educational progress, or general well-being. The payments were simply issued automatically, month after month, year after year, with no accountability whatsoever. Clearwater's hands were shaking as he examined the financial documents. "This is criminal negligence on a scale I've never encountered," he said quietly. The ministry didn't just fail to protect Harry Potter, they actively funded his abuse while maintaining willful ignorance of his suffering. Someone in the Child Welfare Department was collecting a salary to ensure his protection while systematically ignoring every legal requirement designed to guarantee his safety. But there was more, and Griphook's expression suggested that the worst revelations were yet to come. From another folder, he withdrew documents that bore official ministry seals and signatures that carried the weight of magical law. Perhaps most damaging of all, the goblin said, is the evidence we've uncovered regarding the initial placement decision itself. According to the documents filed at the time of your parents' death, the decision to place you with your maternal relatives was made unilaterally by Albus Dumbledore, then Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot, without any of the legal safeguards or review processes required by magical law. The name Dumbledore meant nothing to Harry, but Clearwater's sharp intake of breath suggested that it carried significant weight in the magical world. The Auror leaned forward, studying the placement documents with the intensity of someone who understood their full implications. Dumbledore had no legal authority to make unilateral placement decisions for magical orphans, Clearwater said slowly. Such decisions are supposed to be made by the Department for Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures Child Welfare Division, following extensive investigation, background checks, and ongoing oversight protocols. For the Chief Warlock to bypass these protections represents a fundamental violation of the separation of powers that governs magical administration. Griphook nodded approvingly, clearly pleased to be working with someone who understood the legal complexities they were discussing. Moreover, he added, the placement was made without any consultation with Mr. Potter's magical godfather, Sirius Black, who under magical law should have had first claim to guardianship rights following the death of his parents. Sirius Black. Another name that meant nothing to Harry but seemed to carry tremendous significance for Clearwater. The Auror's face had gone completely white, and his hands were visibly trembling as he processed what Griphook had just revealed. Sirius Black was never consulted about Harry's placement, Clearwater said, his voice barely above a whisper. He was arrested and sent to Azkaban without trial on the same night that James and Lily Potter were murdered. Without trial, Griphook. No legal process, no opportunity to defend himself, no consideration of his rights as Harry's designated magical guardian. The implications of what Clearwater was describing began to settle over Harry like a weight he could barely comprehend. Not only had the magical authorities failed to protect him, not only had they funded his abuse while ignoring their legal obligations to ensure his welfare, but they had apparently imprisoned the one person who should have been responsible for his care without even giving that person an opportunity to defend himself or claim his rightful role in Harry's life. It gets worse, Griphook said quietly. Much worse. According to our records, Sirius Black's incarceration left his considerable estate, including properties and financial assets that should have been held in trust for Mr. Potter's benefit, in a state of legal limbo. No proper administration was established for his affairs, no trusts were created for his godson's benefit, and no oversight was provided to ensure that his assets were preserved for their intended beneficiaries. Harry felt as if the world was spinning around him, as each new revelation built upon the last to create a picture of institutional failure so complete that it defied comprehension. He had been failed not just by the Dursleys, not just by the ministry officials who should have been monitoring his welfare, but by the entire structure of magical society. Every protection that should have shielded him from abuse had been systematically ignored or deliberately circumvented. But perhaps most devastating of all was the growing realization that his suffering hadn't been the result of bureaucratic oversight or administrative confusion. The evidence that Griphook was presenting suggested something far more sinister. A deliberate pattern of decisions that had left him isolated, vulnerable, and dependent on the very people who were abusing him. "There is one more element to this situation that I believe you should be aware of," Griphook said, his voice taking on an even more serious tone. "Under Goblin law, which operates independently of wizard administrative authority, the systematic abuse of a magical child while in the care of guardians receiving financial compensation for that care constitutes fraud of the most serious order. The deliberate misuse of funds designated for child welfare, combined with the failure to provide basic care and protection, creates liability that extends far beyond simple administrative negligence." Fraud. The word hung in the air like an accusation waiting to be acted upon. Harry found himself thinking not just about what the Dursleys had done to him, but about what the magical authorities had allowed them to do while actually paying them for the privilege. The scope of the betrayal was so complete that it almost defied anger. Almost. But as Harry sat in that elegant consultation room, surrounded by evidence of the wealth and privilege that should have been his birthright, he felt something new stirring in his chest. Not just anger, though that was certainly present. Not just betrayal, though the feeling of systematic abandonment was overwhelming. What he felt was a cold, clear understanding that he had been wronged on a scale that demanded redress. "Mr. Potter," Griphook said, leaning forward with the intensity of someone who had spent decades navigating the intersection of law and justice under the ancient treaties that govern the relationship between the Goblin nation and the wizarding world. "I am authorized to offer you something that no magical authority has provided in the 9 years since your parents' death. I can offer you legal representation that operates independently of the ministry's authority, advocacy that answers only to the demands of justice rather than political convenience. Legal representation." The phrase seemed to carry weight and possibility that Harry had never imagined might be available to someone like him. For his entire life, he had been told that his situation was simply the way things were, that he should be grateful for whatever he received and never question the decisions that adults made on his behalf. The idea that he might have rights that could be defended, interests that could be protected, claims that could be pursued, was revolutionary. Goblin law recognizes the rights of magical children to protection and advocacy regardless of their age or circumstances, Griphook continued. Under our legal traditions, the systematic failure to protect a child while accepting compensation for that protection creates grounds for legal action that cannot be dismissed or ignored by magical authorities. We have the power to pursue justice for you through channels that operate independently of the very institutions that failed you. Clearwater was studying the documents spread across the table with the expression of someone who was beginning to understand that he had stumbled into something far larger than a routine child welfare case. "This isn't just about Harry's individual situation," he said slowly. "This evidence suggests systematic failures in how the magical government handles child protection. If these violations are typical rather than exceptional, then the entire child welfare system needs to be investigated and reformed." "Exactly," Griphook said with evident satisfaction, "which is why Goblin law allows for legal challenges that address not just individual harm, but institutional failures that create ongoing threats to child welfare. Mr. Potter's case could become the foundation for reforms that protect all magical children from the kind of systematic negligence that shaped his childhood." Harry tried to imagine what it would mean to have someone fighting for his rights, advocating for his interests, holding the powerful accountable for their failures. For 9 years, he had been completely powerless, subject to the whims and cruelties of adults who faced no consequences for their actions. The possibility of actually fighting back, of demanding justice, rather than simply enduring injustice, was almost too extraordinary to believe. But there was something else in Griphook's offer, something that went beyond simple legal representation. The goblin was offering him agency, the power to make decisions about his own life and future, rather than simply accepting whatever others decided was best for him. For a 9-year-old who had never been allowed to make meaningful choices about anything, the prospect was both thrilling and terrifying. "What would it mean?" Harry asked quietly, his voice barely steady. "To accept your representation? What would you do?" Griphook's smile was sharp and predatory, the expression of someone who had spent centuries pursuing justice through legal channels that most wizards barely understood. "We would file a comprehensive legal challenge against every institution and individual who failed in their duty to protect you," he said, with evident relish. "We would demand full accounting for every galleon that was supposed to ensure your welfare. We would seek damages not just for the harm you suffered, but for the privileges and protections you were denied. And we would pursue reforms that ensure no magical child ever again suffers the kind of systematic abandonment that shaped your childhood." The scope of what Griphook was proposing took Harry's breath away. This wasn't just about getting him away from the Dursleys or finding him a better place to live. This was about holding the entire magical world accountable for its failures, about demanding that those in power face consequences for their negligence, about creating changes that would protect other children from experiencing what he had endured. But perhaps most importantly, it was about recognizing that he had value, that his suffering mattered, that his rights deserved protection, and his interests deserved advocacy. For someone who had spent 9 years being told that he was a burden and a drain, the idea that professional advocates would fight for his rights was almost too wonderful to believe. "There is one thing you should understand, Mr. Potter," Griphook said, his expression growing more serious. "Pursuing justice through goblin legal channels is not a decision to be made lightly. Once we begin this process, we will pursue it to its logical conclusion, regardless of political pressure or institutional resistance. We will demand full accountability for every failure, full compensation for every harm, and full reform of every system that contributed to your suffering. The magical authorities will not appreciate having their failures exposed so comprehensively, and they will likely attempt to discredit both you and our legal challenge." Harry thought about this warning, trying to understand what it would mean to make himself a target for the very institutions that had already failed him so completely. But as he considered his alternatives, the choice seemed increasingly clear. He could accept the status quo, allow his suffering to continue without consequence, and hope that someone else would eventually notice and care enough to intervene. Or he could fight back with every tool that goblin law provided, demanding justice not just for himself, but for every magical child who might face similar abandonment in the future. The decision, when it came, felt as natural and inevitable as the accidental magic that had protected him from Uncle Vernon's violence just that morning. Harry looked across the table at Griphook, meeting the goblin's intelligent eyes with a determination that surprised even himself. "I want to fight back," he said clearly. "I want to hold them accountable for what they did to me, and I want to make sure this never happens to another magical child." Griphook's smile was fierce and approving. "Then we shall pursue justice together, Mr. Potter. And I promise you, the magical world will never again be able to ignore its responsibilities to its most vulnerable members." As Harry shook the goblin's extended hand, sealing an alliance that would shake the very foundations of magical society, he felt the same electric energy that had surrounded his protective magic that morning. But this time, the power he was summoning wasn't defensive. This time, he was preparing to go on the attack. The war room that Griphook led them to 3 floors beneath the main banking hall of Gringotts felt like stepping into the heart of a machine designed for the systematic pursuit of justice. Ancient stone walls were lined with shelves containing centuries of legal precedents, financial records, and investigative reports that spoke of the Goblin Nation's meticulous approach to protecting their interests and those of their clients. Magical charts covered every available surface, their moving diagrams tracking the complex relationships between wizarding families, government institutions, and the financial networks that connected them all. Harry had never imagined that such a place could exist, where the pursuit of justice was treated with the same systematic precision that the Dursleys applied to maintaining their perfectly ordinary suburban lifestyle. But where the Dursleys' obsession with normalcy was driven by fear and hatred of anything different, the Goblins' dedication to legal process seemed motivated by something far more principled and enduring. "Welcome to the heart of Goblin legal operations," Griphook said with obvious pride as he gestured around the impressive space. "From this room, we have pursued justice for wronged clients across 5 centuries of wizarding history. Kings and ministers, lords and commoners, all have found that Goblin law recognizes no distinction between the powerful and the powerless when rights have been violated and justice demands satisfaction." 3 other goblins were already present in the room, each wearing the distinctive robes that marked them as senior legal professionals within the Goblin hierarchy. Griphook introduced them with the formal courtesy that such expertise deserved, though Harry struggled to follow all the complex titles and specializations that governed Goblin legal practice. Ragnok specialized in financial crimes and institutional negligence, with particular expertise in cases where government agencies had failed in their fiduciary duties. Bogrod was an expert in magical child welfare law, someone who had spent decades studying the complex intersection of family rights, government authority, and child protection. Gornuk, whom Harry had already met, served as their primary researcher and evidence coordinator, responsible for ensuring that every document, every precedent, and every factual claim could withstand the most rigorous scrutiny. Together, they represented the kind of legal firepower that even the most powerful wizarding families treated with careful respect. The Goblin Nation's independence from wizarding government authority, combined with their centuries of experience in navigating complex legal challenges, made them formidable advocates for clients who had been failed by conventional magical justice. "Mr. Potter," Ragnok said, his voice carrying the authority of someone who had spent decades holding powerful institutions accountable for their failures, "we have spent the past several hours conducting a preliminary investigation into your situation, and I must tell you that what we have discovered exceeds even our most pessimistic expectations regarding the scope of institutional negligence you have suffered." The goblin gestured toward a massive chart that dominated one wall of the room, its magical diagrams showing the complex web of relationships, responsibilities, and failures that had shaped Harry's life. Red lines indicated violations of established law, while gold markings showed financial irregularities that suggested deliberate misconduct rather than simple oversight. "Our investigation has revealed systematic failures at every level of magical child protection," Ragnok continued, his tone growing more serious with each revelation. "The Department for Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, Child Welfare Division, failed to conduct required background investigations of your potential guardians. The Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes failed to establish required monitoring protocols for a magical child in non-magical custody. The Department for International Magical Cooperation failed to coordinate with Muggle child protection agencies as required by international treaties governing cross-cultural child placement. Each department's failure was represented on the chart by increasingly complex networks of missed opportunities, ignored protocols, and deliberately circumvented safeguards." Harry stared at the visual representation of institutional negligence, trying to comprehend how so many different people and agencies could have failed in their duties so completely and systematically. But the departmental failures, significant as they were, paled in comparison to what Bogrod had discovered regarding the specific magical protections that should have been in place to shield Harry from abuse and neglect. "Mr. Potter," Bogrod said, consulting a thick file of documents that seemed to update themselves as he spoke, "according to the Magical Children's Protection Act of 1692, Any magical child placed in non-magical custody must have protective enchantments placed upon their residents to prevent physical abuse, magical suppression, or deliberate neglect. These protections are specifically designed to alert magical authorities immediately if a child's welfare is threatened in any way. Protective enchantments. Harry tried to imagine what his life might have been like if magical monitors had been alerting authorities every time Uncle Vernon raised his hand in anger, every time he was locked in the cupboard as punishment, every time he was denied meals or subjected to the casual cruelty that the Dursleys considered normal discipline. Our investigation has revealed that no such protections were ever established at your residence, Bogrod continued grimly. No monitoring charms, no abuse detection wards, no emergency alert protocols. You were placed in the care of relatives who had no understanding of or sympathy for your magical nature, with no protections whatsoever against the predictable consequences of that placement. The absence of protections was damning enough, but what Gornock had discovered about the financial aspects of Harry's guardianship elevated the situation from negligence to something approaching conspiracy. The payment records we have obtained tell a particularly troubling story, Gornock said, spreading financial documents across the large table at the center of the room. The Dursley family has received monthly guardian support payments, totaling over 8,000 galleons during the 9 years of your placement. These payments were issued automatically, without any verification that they were being used for their intended purpose. 8,000 galleons. Harry had no real understanding of wizarding currency, but Clearwater's sharp intake of breath suggested that the amount was substantial. The Auror leaned forward to examine the payment records, his expression growing increasingly outraged as he processed what the documents revealed. 8,000 galleons would have provided luxury accommodations, private tutoring, and every possible amenity for a growing magical child, Clearwater said, his voice tight with controlled anger. This amount of money should have ensured treatment befitting Harry Potter's status as one of the most important children in the magical world. Instead, it appears to have been treated as supplemental income for the Dursley family, while Harry lived in conditions that violated every standard of basic child welfare. But the most damning evidence of all was what the Goblin investigation had revealed about the decision-making process that had led to Harry's placement with the Dursleys in the first place. Griphook pulled out a series of documents that bore official ministry seals and signatures that carried the weight of magical law. The placement decision itself represents perhaps the most egregious violation of established legal procedure, Griphook said, his voice carrying the cold precision of someone presenting evidence of criminal conduct. Albus Dumbledore, in his capacity as Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot, issued unilateral placement orders that bypassed every safeguard and review process established by magical law. The documents Griphook displayed showed a pattern of decisions made without consultation, review, or oversight. Dumbledore had apparently used his authority as Chief Warlock to circumvent the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes, the Child Welfare Division, and even the Wizengamot itself in making decisions about Harry's future. Such unilateral action represents a fundamental violation of the separation of powers that governs magical administration, Clearwater said, studying the placement documents with the intensity of someone who understood their constitutional implications. The Chief Warlock has no legal authority to make child placement decisions. Such authority rests exclusively with the Child Welfare Division, subject to review by the full Wizengamot in cases involving children of significant magical or political importance. But even more troubling was what the investigation had revealed about the systematic exclusion of Harry's legitimate magical guardian from any consideration in the placement process. Perhaps most damaging of all, Ragnarok said, consulting yet another set of documents that seemed to materialize from the depths of Goblin record-keeping, is the evidence we have uncovered regarding Sirius Black's incarceration and the impact on Mr. Potter's guardianship rights. The name Sirius Black had come up during their initial consultation, but Harry was beginning to understand that this person represented far more than just a missed opportunity for better guardianship. The documents that Ragnarok spread across the table told a story of legal violations that went to the heart of how magical justice was supposed to function. Sirius Black was arrested on the night of your parents' death and sent directly to Azkaban prison without trial, hearing, or any form of legal process whatsoever, Ragnok continued, his voice growing harder with each word. This represents a fundamental violation of every principle of magical justice. But more importantly for our purposes, it eliminated the one person who had both the legal authority and personal motivation to ensure your proper care and protection. Without trial. The phrase echoed in Harry's mind as he tried to process what the goblin was telling him. Someone who was supposed to protect him, someone who had been chosen by his parents to serve as his guardian, had been imprisoned without even the basic legal protections that magical law was supposed to guarantee to every accused person. The implications were staggering. Not only had the magical authorities failed to protect Harry, not only had they funded his abuse while ignoring their legal obligations, but they had actively eliminated the one person who was legally responsible for his welfare, without even giving that person an opportunity to defend himself or claim his rights as Harry's designated guardian. Moreover, Bogrod added, consulting his own set of legal documents, Black's incarceration without trial left his considerable estate in legal limbo, preventing the establishment of trust funds and financial protections that should have ensured Mr. Potter's welfare even if direct guardianship was impossible. The scope of the legal violations was beginning to overwhelm Harry's ability to process them all. Every protection that should have shielded him from abuse had been systematically ignored or deliberately circumvented. Every person who should have advocated for his interests had been either excluded from the process or prevented from fulfilling their responsibilities. Every institution that should have ensured his welfare had failed in its basic duties while actually profiting from that failure. But perhaps most devastating of all was the growing realization that his suffering hadn't been the result of bureaucratic incompetence or administrative oversight. The evidence that the goblins were presenting suggested something far more sinister. A deliberate pattern of decisions designed to isolate him, control him, and ensure his complete dependence on people who had no interest in his welfare. "There is one more element to this situation that I believe you should understand," Griphook said, his expression growing even more serious. "Our investigation has uncovered evidence of memory modifications performed on key witnesses and potential advocates who might have intervened on your behalf during your childhood." Memory modifications. The phrase carried implications that chilled Harry to the bone. Someone had been actively working to ensure that potential allies remained ignorant of his situation, that possible advocates forgot their concerns, that anyone who might have questioned his treatment was prevented from acting on their suspicions. "We have identified at least 6 individuals who approached various government agencies with concerns about your welfare over the past 9 years, Gornook said, consulting a list that seemed to update itself as he spoke. Teachers who noticed signs of abuse, neighbors who observed troubling behavior from your guardians, even ministry employees who questioned the lack of oversight for such a high-profile placement. In every case, follow-up investigations revealed that these individuals' memories had been modified to remove their specific concerns about your situation. The systematic nature of the memory modifications suggested coordination and planning that went far beyond simple damage control. Someone had been actively monitoring potential threats to the arrangement that kept Harry isolated and vulnerable, systematically eliminating any possibility that outside intervention might disrupt the pattern of abuse and neglect that had shaped his childhood. This represents not just negligence or oversight, but active conspiracy to maintain conditions that any reasonable authority would have recognized as harmful to a magical child, Ragnok said, his voice carrying the weight of someone who had spent decades investigating institutional corruption. Someone with considerable authority and resources has been working systematically to ensure your continued isolation and vulnerability. The word conspiracy hung in the air like an accusation waiting to be acted upon. Harry found himself thinking not just about what had been done to him, but about the level of planning and coordination that would have been required to maintain such a systematic pattern of failures and interventions over nearly a decade. But as overwhelming as these revelations were, they also represented something that Harry was only beginning to understand: evidence. Proof that could be presented in legal proceedings, grounds for demanding not just redress for past wrongs, but fundamental changes to prevent such systematic abuse from occurring again. "Mr. Potter," Griphook said, leaning forward with the intensity of someone who had spent decades pursuing justice through legal channels that most wizards barely understood, "the evidence we have compiled creates grounds for legal action on a scale that magical Britain has never seen. We can pursue not just compensation for the harm you have suffered, but fundamental reforms in how magical children are protected and the accountability mechanisms that govern institutional behavior." The scope of what Griphook was proposing took Harry's breath away once again. This wasn't just about holding the Dursleys accountable for their abuse, or even demanding that the Ministry reform its child protection procedures. This was about exposing and challenging a system of institutional failures so comprehensive that it would require fundamental changes in how the magical world protected its most vulnerable members. Moreover, Bogrod added, "The systematic nature of the failures we have documented suggests that your case may not be isolated. There may be other magical children who have suffered similar neglect and abuse, while the institutions responsible for their protection failed in their duties. Legal action in your case could expose patterns of institutional failure that affect numerous children. The possibility that other children might be suffering as he had suffered added a dimension of urgency to the legal challenge that the goblins were proposing. This wasn't just about justice for Harry's individual suffering, but about preventing ongoing harm to other vulnerable children who might be trapped in similar situations. "I want to know something," Harry said quietly, his voice steady despite the overwhelming nature of what he was learning. "If someone has been working so hard to keep me isolated and vulnerable, if they've been willing to modify memories and circumvent laws to maintain that situation, what happens when we challenge them? What happens when we threaten to expose everything they've done?" The question brought a moment of serious consideration from all the goblins present. They exchanged meaningful looks before Griphook answered with the careful honesty that such a question deserved. "They will fight back, Mr. Potter," he said bluntly. "They will attempt to discredit you, to undermine our evidence, to portray our legal challenge as opportunistic or politically motivated. They will use every resource at their disposal to protect the reputation of the institutions that failed you and the individuals who made decisions that resulted in your systematic abuse." "But," Ragnok added with fierce satisfaction, "goblin legal proceedings operate independently of wizarding political pressure. Our authority derives from ancient treaties that predate the current magical government by centuries. We cannot be intimidated, bought, or politically influenced. When we pursue justice on behalf of a client, we pursue it to its logical conclusion, regardless of the powerful interests that might prefer to keep their failures hidden." The assurance that he would have advocates who could not be silenced, intimidated, or corrupted gave Harry a sense of security he had never experienced. For 9 years, every adult who might have protected him had been either ignorant of his situation or prevented from acting on his behalf. The possibility of having professional advocates who were immune to the pressures that had silenced others was almost too wonderful to believe. "There is one more thing you should consider," Gornuk said, pulling out a final set of documents that seemed to glow with their own inner light. Under Goblin law, successful legal challenges that expose institutional corruption and result in systemic reforms earn the clients not just compensation for their individual suffering, but a percentage of the cost savings that those reforms create for future cases. Harry didn't fully understand the financial implications of what Gornuk was describing, but Clearwater's expression suggested that it represented something significant. If your case results in reforms that prevent other children from suffering similar abuse, the cost savings to the magical government could be substantial, Clearwater explained. Not just the direct costs of improved oversight and protection, but the avoided costs of addressing institutional failures. Goblin law would entitle you to compensation that reflects not just your individual suffering, but your contribution to protecting other children. The idea that pursuing justice for his own situation might actually generate resources that could be used to protect other vulnerable children added another layer of meaning to the legal challenge that the goblins were proposing. This wasn't just about personal vindication or even institutional accountability. This was about creating lasting change that would prevent other children from experiencing the systematic abandonment that had shaped his childhood. As Harry considered everything he had learned, he felt the same electric energy that had surrounded his protective magic that morning at Privet Drive. But this time, the power he was contemplating wasn't defensive. This time, he was preparing to go on the offensive against institutions and individuals who had failed not just him, but potentially countless other magical children. "I want to do this," he said finally, his voice carrying a determination that surprised even himself. "I want to hold them accountable for what they did to me. I want to make sure this never happens to another magical child. And I want to make them pay for every single galleon they sent to the Dursleys while I lived in a cupboard under the stairs." Griphook's smile was fierce and predatory, the expression of someone who had spent centuries pursuing justice through legal channels that would humble the most powerful wizarding families. "Then we shall make legal history together, Mr. Potter. And I promise you, when we are finished, the magical world will understand that failing to protect its children carries consequences that no amount of political influence can avoid." As the goblins began preparing the formal legal documents that would initiate the most comprehensive challenge to magical institutional authority in centuries, Harry felt a sense of purpose and agency that he had never experienced. For the first time in his life, he wasn't just enduring what others decided was best for him. He was taking action to demand justice, accountability, and change. The war for Harry Potter's justice was about to begin in earnest. The leak to the Daily Prophet happened exactly 18 hours after Harry Potter shook hands with Griphook to formalize Goblin legal representation, though the source of that leak would remain a mystery that would frustrate Ministry security for months to come. What wasn't mysterious was the explosive impact that the story had on a magical society that had spent nearly a decade assuming that their most famous child was living happily and safely with loving relatives. The headline that dominated the front page of every magical household's breakfast table that morning was stark in its simplicity. "Boy who lived found in cupboard. Ministry paid for abuse." Below it, a photograph that somehow managed to capture both Harry's obvious malnutrition and the quiet determination in his eyes as he stood beside Senior Aura Tonks outside the imposing bronze doors of Gringotts Wizarding Bank. Harry himself was sitting in a comfortable suite within Gringotts that had been provided for his temporary accommodation while the legal proceedings began. The goblin quarters were unlike anything he could have imagined during his years in the cupboard under the stairs. Rich tapestries covered walls of polished stone, while magical braziers provided both warmth and light that somehow managed to be both brilliant and soothing. Comfortable furniture had been scaled appropriately for human guests, and house elves appeared regularly with meals that were not only nutritious, but actually pleasant to eat. But it was the view from the suite's windows that truly amazed Harry. From this height within the depths of Gringotts, he could see the underground networks that connected the Goblin Bank to every corner of magical London. Tracks for the high-speed carts wound through caverns that seemed to extend infinitely into the depths of the earth, while moving platforms carried goblin workers and their cargo between levels of activity that spoke of an entire civilization operating beneath the streets of the wizarding world. This morning, however, Harry's attention was focused not on the architectural marvels surrounding him, but on the copies of the Daily Prophet that Griphook had provided along with breakfast. The coverage was extensive and detailed, clearly written by reporters who had done their research and understood the legal and political implications of what they were reporting. The story detailed not just Harry's discovery and removal from Privet Drive, but the systematic failures that had enabled his abuse to continue for 9 years. The reporter had somehow gained access to financial records showing the monthly payments to the Dursley family, along with expert commentary from legal scholars who explained exactly what those payments should have purchased in terms of care and protection for a magical child. Perhaps most damaging to the ministry's reputation was the detailed timeline that showed when various officials should have conducted required oversight visits, compared with the complete absence of any such monitoring in the actual records. The failure wasn't just administrative incompetence, the article made clear, but a systematic abdication of responsibility that had left one of the magical world's most important children vulnerable to abuse and neglect. As Harry read through the coverage, he found himself thinking about all the people who were learning about his situation for the first time. Throughout the magical world, parents were probably looking at their own children over breakfast and trying to imagine how an entire government could fail so completely in its most basic responsibility to protect a vulnerable child. I wonder how many of you have ever discovered something about your childhood that completely changed how you understood your past. Maybe you learned that adults you trusted had made decisions that affected your life in ways you never realized. It's a strange feeling, isn't it, when the story you've been told about your own life turns out to be incomplete or even deliberately misleading. The truth can be both liberating and deeply unsettling at the same time. The public reaction to the Daily Prophet's revelations was immediate and intense. By mid-morning, owls were arriving at Gringotts in unprecedented numbers, carrying letters from magical families throughout Britain who wanted to express their outrage at Harry's treatment and their support for his legal challenge against the institutions that had failed him. Griphook arrived at Harry's temporary quarters with arms full of correspondence, his expression carrying the satisfied air of someone whose legal strategy was proceeding exactly as planned. The magical community's response has exceeded even our most optimistic projections, the Goblin said with evident pleasure. We've received over 300 letters of support in the past 4 hours, including correspondence from some of the most influential families in magical Britain. The Potter name still carries considerable weight in magical society, and people are genuinely horrified to learn how badly you've been treated. Harry examined some of the letters that Griphook had brought, amazed by the warmth and sincerity of the support that complete strangers were offering. Many of the writers shared their own experiences with ministry bureaucracy or their concerns about child protection in the magical world. Others offered specific assistance, from temporary housing to educational support to financial contributions for his legal challenge. But it was one letter in particular that caught Harry's attention, written on expensive parchment, with a family crest that seemed to shimmer with its own inner light. Mr. Potter, the letter began in an elegant hand that spoke of excellent education and noble breeding. My family has known and respected the Potter line for generations, and we are horrified to learn of the treatment you have endured while the magical world remained ignorant of your suffering. I write to offer not just my personal support for your legal challenge, but my testimony regarding what I observed during the few occasions when I attempted to inquire about your welfare over the past several years. The letter was signed by Augusta Longbottom, Dowager Countess of the ancient and most noble house of Longbottom, and what she described in her carefully measured prose was both enlightening and deeply troubling. On 3 separate occasions, I made formal inquiries to the Department for Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures regarding the welfare of Harry Potter, she had written. Each time, I was assured by department officials that appropriate oversight was being maintained and that there were no concerns about the child's welfare. I now understand that these officials were either deliberately lying about their oversight activities or were themselves victims of the systematic failures that have characterized Mr. Potter's treatment by magical authorities. Augusta Longbottom's letter was significant, not just for what it revealed about official deception, but for what it suggested about the broader pattern of institutional failure that the goblins had uncovered. If influential families with legitimate concerns about Harry's welfare were being systematically misled by government officials, it suggested coordination and deliberate cover-up rather than simple bureaucratic incompetence. This is exactly the kind of evidence that will transform our legal challenge from a simple negligence case to something far more serious, Griphook explained as Harry finished reading the letter. When we can demonstrate that government officials were actively deceiving concerned parties about their oversight responsibilities, we establish grounds for charges of conspiracy and deliberate misconduct, rather than mere administrative failure. The implications were staggering, but they were also deeply personal for Harry. Augusta Longbottom had been trying to help him, along with others whose concerns had been systematically dismissed or covered up by the very officials who were supposed to protect his welfare. His isolation hadn't been the result of public indifference or ignorance, but of deliberate efforts to maintain that isolation, even when responsible members of magical society tried to intervene. But the Ministry's response to the Daily Prophet's revelations was swift and predictably defensive. By afternoon, the Department of Magical Public Relations had issued a statement that attempted to minimize the significance of Harry's situation while deflecting blame onto convenient scapegoats. Minister Fudge personally addressed the press, his prepared statement carefully crafted to acknowledge concern while avoiding any admission of systemic failure or institutional responsibility. The minister expressed regret that Harry Potter had experienced difficulties with his guardians, but emphasized that placement decisions had been made by qualified professionals using the best information available at the time. The statement went on to suggest that any failures in oversight had been the result of individual incompetence rather than systemic problems, and that appropriate disciplinary action would be taken against the responsible parties. Most importantly, for the ministry's political purposes, the statement emphasized that reforms were already underway to prevent similar problems in the future. Harry read the minister's statement with growing anger as he recognized the careful political language designed to accept minimal responsibility while deflecting accountability for the systematic failures that had shaped his childhood. The suggestion that his abuse was merely a difficulty and that the ministry's failures were isolated incidents rather than evidence of fundamental problems felt like a continuation of the gaslighting he had endured for years at Privet Drive. But if the ministry's response was predictably defensive, the reaction from other quarters of magical society was far more supportive and infinitely more dangerous to those who preferred to keep institutional failures hidden from public scrutiny. Amelia Bones, director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, requested a private meeting with Harry and his legal representatives that afternoon. The meeting took place in one of Gringotts' most secure conference rooms, protected by ancient wards that made even magical eavesdropping impossible. Director Bones was a formidable woman whose reputation for integrity and competence had survived decades of political upheaval within the ministry. Her presence at Gringotts, clearly there in a personal rather than official capacity, suggested that Harry's case had attracted attention from quarters of the magical government that valued justice over political convenience. "Mr. Potter," she said, without preamble once the security protocols had been activated, "I want you to know that not everyone within the ministry has been ignorant of the failures you've endured. Some of us have been aware that child protection services were inadequate, but we lacked the evidence and political support necessary to demand fundamental reforms." Director Bones opened a briefcase that contained files marked with security classifications that Harry didn't recognize, but that made Griphook's eyes narrow with professional interest. "What I'm about to share with you violates several regulations regarding classified information," she continued, "but I believe the public interest in exposing institutional failures outweighs my obligation to protect the ministry's reputation. These files contain evidence of other cases where magical children have been failed by the same systems that failed you, though none as systematically or completely as your situation." The files that Director Bones spread across the conference table told stories that were heartbreakingly similar to Harry's own experience. Magical children placed with relatives or guardians who were unprepared or unwilling to accept their magical nature. Oversight systems that existed on paper but were never implemented in practice. Financial support that was provided without accountability or verification that it was being used for its intended purpose. Case after case revealed the same pattern of institutional failure that had shaped Harry's life, though the individual details varied according to the specific circumstances of each child's situation. Some had been placed with magical relatives who were abusive or neglectful. Others had been fostered by non-magical families who treated their magical abilities as mental illness or behavioral problems to be suppressed. But what united all these cases was the systematic failure of the magical government to fulfill its basic responsibility to protect vulnerable children from harm, neglect, and abuse. The evidence in these files establishes that your situation wasn't an isolated incident, Director Bones explained, her voice carrying the weight of someone who had spent years documenting institutional failures without the political support necessary to address them. The failures that enabled your abuse are endemic to how our government approaches child protection. Your legal challenge has the potential to force reforms that could protect dozens of other magical children who are currently at risk. The scope of the institutional failures that Director Bones was documenting added another dimension of urgency and importance to the legal challenge that the goblins were pursuing. This wasn't just about justice for Harry's individual suffering, but about exposing and reforming systems that were currently failing other vulnerable children throughout magical Britain. Moreover, Griphook added after reviewing the classified files, this evidence suggests that the Ministry has been aware of systematic problems in child protection services for years without taking meaningful action to address them. That transforms what we're pursuing from a negligence case to something approaching criminal conspiracy to endanger children. But the most significant support for Harry's legal challenge came from an unexpected source that afternoon, when Augusta Longbottom herself arrived at Gringotts, requesting a meeting with Harry and his legal team. The Dowager Countess was an imposing woman whose very presence seemed to command respect and attention from everyone around her. Her elegant robes and formal bearing spoke of generations of noble breeding, while her sharp intelligence and obvious concern for Harry's welfare suggested someone who took seriously her responsibilities to the magical community's most vulnerable members. "Mr. Potter," she said, with the formal courtesy appropriate to someone of his heritage and current circumstances, "I come here not just to offer my support for your legal challenge, but to provide testimony that I believe will be crucial to establishing the systematic nature of the failures you've endured." Lady Longbottom's testimony was devastating in its implications and meticulously documented in its detail. Over the past 9 years, she had made repeated inquiries about Harry's welfare through official channels, only to be consistently misled about the extent and nature of the oversight being provided. She had offered to serve as a magical mentor or guardian on multiple occasions, offers that were dismissed by ministry officials who claimed that appropriate arrangements were already in place. She had requested information about Harry's magical education and development, requests that were deflected with assurances that everything was being handled properly by qualified professionals. Most damaging of all, she had specifically warned ministry officials about the Dursley family's known hostility to magic and their potential unsuitability as guardians for a magical child, warnings that were apparently ignored or deliberately suppressed. The systematic dismissal of my concerns, combined with the deliberate deception about oversight activities, suggests coordination at the highest levels of ministry administration, Lady Longbottom concluded, her voice carrying the authority of someone who had spent decades navigating magical politics and government bureaucracy. But perhaps the most unexpected support came from an even more surprising source that evening, when Rita Skeeter requested an interview that could provide Harry's legal team with access to a level of public attention that even the Daily Prophet's morning coverage hadn't achieved. Miss Skeeter's reputation as a journalist was complex and sometimes troubling, but her ability to reach and influence public opinion was undeniable. More importantly, her investigative skills and access to sources throughout magical society could provide Harry's legal team with information that might not be available through conventional channels. "Mr. Potter," she said, during their carefully negotiated interview in one of Gringotts' public reception rooms, Your story has the potential to expose failures in our government that go far beyond child protection services. The systematic cover-up that enabled your abuse suggests corruption and incompetence that may affect every aspect of how our ministry operates. The interview that followed was unlike anything Harry could have imagined participating in just days earlier. Rita Skeeter's questions were probing and intelligent, clearly designed to elicit information that would support the legal challenge while building public pressure for the fundamental reforms that the Goblin legal team was demanding. But what surprised Harry most was how comfortable he felt discussing his experiences and his determination to hold the responsible parties accountable for their failures. The confidence that came from having professional legal representation, combined with the growing evidence that his case had attracted support from influential quarters of magical society, made him feel empowered to speak truth about his experiences without fear of retaliation or dismissal. The magical community deserves to know how completely their government failed in its most basic responsibility to protect a vulnerable child, Harry said during the interview, his voice steady and clear despite the magnitude of what he was addressing. But more importantly, other magical children who may be suffering similar neglect and abuse deserve to know that there are people willing to fight for their rights and protection. Rita Skeeter's article, when it appeared the following morning, was a masterpiece of investigative journalism that combined Harry's personal testimony with extensive documentation of the institutional failures that had enabled his abuse. The article connected his individual case to broader questions about government accountability and the protection of children's rights that resonated far beyond the magical community. But perhaps most significantly, the article included a sidebar that provided information for readers who might be aware of other magical children in potentially harmful situations, along with contact information for advocacy organizations that could provide assistance and support. The public response to Rita Skeeter's coverage was even more intense than the reaction to the original Daily Prophet story. Howlers began arriving at the ministry in unprecedented numbers, while support for Harry's legal challenge grew to include not just individual families, but organized advocacy groups, and even some progressive members of the Wizengamot itself. As Harry reviewed the growing mountain of correspondence and public statements supporting his legal challenge, he felt something he had never experienced during his years at Privet Drive: the power that came from having allies, advocates, and the institutional support necessary to demand justice and accountability. The ministry's defensive posture was becoming increasingly untenable as evidence of systematic failure mounted and public pressure for accountability intensified. What had begun as a routine child welfare case was rapidly becoming a fundamental challenge to how the magical government operated and who it served. But most importantly for Harry personally, the growing support for his legal challenge was proving that he wasn't alone, that his suffering mattered to people throughout magical society, and that there were adults willing to fight for his rights and protection with the same determination that he was now bringing to his own defense. The war for justice was no longer just about Harry Potter's individual case. It had become a broader struggle for institutional accountability and the protection of every magical child who might find themselves vulnerable to the same systematic failures that had shaped his childhood. And as the evidence continued to mount and the public pressure continued to build, it was becoming clear that this was a war that Harry Potter and his goblin allies were positioned to win. The ancient courtroom of the Wizengamot had witnessed many historic moments over its centuries of existence, but perhaps none quite like the scene that unfolded on the morning when Harry Potter's legal challenge against the Ministry of Magic was formally heard before the highest magical court in Britain. The circular chamber, with its tiered seating rising toward shadows that seemed to hold the weight of magical jurisprudence itself, buzzed with an energy that spoke of proceedings that would reshape how the magical world understood its obligations to its most vulnerable members. Harry sat in the defendant's chair, though in this case he was technically the plaintiff challenging institutional failures rather than defending against criminal charges. The irony wasn't lost on him that the last famous occupant of this chair had been Albus Dumbledore during his own disciplinary hearing years earlier. Today, however, the power dynamics were completely reversed. Beside Harry sat Griphook and the full goblin legal team, their formal court robes bearing ancient symbols that spoke of legal authority that predated the current magical government by centuries. The goblins' presence in the Wizengamot was unprecedented, their ancient treaty rights allowing them to represent clients before the highest magical court, despite operating under completely independent legal traditions. The gallery was packed with representatives from every significant magical family in Britain, along with journalists, ministry officials, and advocates who understood that the proceedings would establish precedents affecting magical child protection for generations to come. The attention was overwhelming, but Harry found himself drawing strength from the visible support of people who had rallied to his cause over the past weeks. Chief Warlock Amelia Bones had replaced Dumbledore in presiding over the Wizengamot following his removal from office, pending the outcome of these very proceedings. Her reputation for fairness and integrity made her the ideal choice to oversee hearings that would inevitably involve allegations against some of the magical world's most powerful figures. Members of the Wizengamot, she began with formal solemnity, we convene today to hear the case of Potter versus the Ministry of Magic, specifically regarding allegations of systematic institutional failure in the protection and oversight of magical children placed in non-magical custody. This case will address not just individual negligence, but fundamental questions about government accountability and the rights of magical children under our law. The opening statement that Griphook delivered on Harry's behalf was a masterpiece of legal precision that systematically dismantled every defense that the ministry might offer for their failures. The goblin's voice carried the authority of someone who had spent centuries pursuing justice through channels that most wizards barely understood, and his command of magical law was both comprehensive and devastating. Honourable members of the Wizengamot, Griphook began, the evidence we present today will demonstrate failures so systematic and comprehensive that they can only be explained by deliberate negligence or willful indifference to the welfare of magical children. This is not a case of isolated mistakes or bureaucratic oversights. This is a case of institutional abandonment of legal duties so fundamental that they strike at the heart of what it means to be a civilized magical society. The evidence that Griphook presented was organized with the methodical precision that goblin legal practice demanded. Financial records showed the monthly payments to the Dursley family, alongside documentation of Harry's actual living conditions, creating a stark contrast between the ministry's financial investment and the complete absence of oversight to ensure that investment served its intended purpose. Legal documents demonstrated the systematic violation of established protocols for magical child protection, from the failure to appoint required magical advocates to the absence of mandated welfare checks to the complete breakdown of communication between different government departments with responsibilities for child protection. Perhaps most damaging were the testimony transcripts from magical families who had attempted to intervene on Harry's behalf, only to be systematically misled by ministry officials who claimed that appropriate oversight was being provided when no such oversight actually existed. But it was the evidence of memory modifications that truly shocked the assembled members of the Wizengamot. Griphook presented detailed documentation of at least 12 separate incidents, where individuals who had expressed concern about Harry's welfare had subsequently had their memories altered to remove those specific concerns. The systematic use of memory modification to suppress legitimate child welfare concerns represents not just administrative failure, but active conspiracy to maintain conditions harmful to a magical child, Griphook stated, his voice carrying the weight of legal authority that could not be dismissed or ignored. This is not negligence. This is deliberate, criminal conduct designed to prevent intervention on behalf of an abused child. The ministry's defense, presented by Senior Undersecretary Percy Weasley in his capacity as legal representative for the government, attempted to portray Harry's situation as an isolated incident resulting from individual failures rather than systematic institutional problems. Weasley argued that placement decisions had been made by qualified professionals using the best available information, and that any subsequent failures in oversight were the result of resource constraints and competing priorities rather than deliberate negligence. But the Ministry's defensive strategy crumbled under the weight of evidence that Griphook had assembled over weeks of meticulous investigation. Every excuse offered for the failures was systematically refuted by documentation showing that resources had been available, that protocols had been established, and that the failures represented deliberate decisions rather than unavoidable circumstances. Moreover, the Goblin legal team had uncovered evidence that the Ministry's failures weren't limited to Harry's case. Similar patterns of neglect and inadequate oversight had characterized the treatment of other magical children in non-magical custody, suggesting that Harry's abuse was enabled by systematic failures that affected numerous vulnerable children throughout magical Britain. When Harry himself was called to testify, the courtroom fell into complete silence. His small figure in the witness stand seemed to emphasize both his vulnerability and the magnitude of the failures that had enabled his systematic abuse. But when he began to speak, his voice was clear and steady, strengthened by weeks of support from allies who had given him confidence in his own worth and his right to demand justice. "Members of the Wizengamot," Harry began, following the formal protocol that Griphook had taught him for addressing the court. "I want you to understand that this isn't just about what happened to me. This is about what's happening right now to other magical children who may be suffering the same neglect and abuse that shaped my childhood." Harry's testimony was devastating in its simplicity and power. He described his living conditions at Privet Drive without drama or exaggeration, allowing the facts themselves to demonstrate the extent of the abuse he had endured. He explained how he had been told repeatedly that he was unwanted and burdensome, while the Ministry was actually paying his guardians substantial sums to provide for his care. But perhaps most powerful was his description of what it had meant to discover that magical authorities had been aware of his situation through various channels, yet had systematically ignored or suppressed every opportunity to intervene on his behalf. "I spent 9 years believing that I deserved the treatment I received from my relatives," Harry said, his voice carrying an emotional weight that resonated throughout the courtroom. "I was told that I was lucky to have a roof over my head and food to eat, no matter how grudgingly these things were provided. It never occurred to me that I had rights, or that there were people in the magical world who should have been protecting me." The impact of Harry's testimony was visible throughout the courtroom. Members of the Wizengamot leaned forward, clearly moved by his account of systematic abuse and institutional abandonment. Several were visibly emotional as they listened to a 9-year-old describe years of living in a cupboard while magical authorities collected salaries for protecting him without ever actually monitoring his welfare. But perhaps the most dramatic moment of Harry's testimony came when he addressed the broader implications of his case for other magical children who might be facing similar abandonment. "This legal challenge isn't about getting revenge for what happened to me," Harry said, his voice growing stronger as he spoke. "This is about making sure that no other magical child has to suffer the way I suffered, because the people who are supposed to protect us decided that our welfare wasn't worth their time or attention." The courtroom erupted in applause that Chief Warlock Bones had to gavel down repeatedly before order could be restored. The visible support for Harry's position was overwhelming, but it was clear that his words had resonated far beyond the immediate proceedings. When the testimony phase concluded, Chief Warlock Bones called for a recess to allow the Wizengamot members to consider the evidence that had been presented. The complexity of the legal issues involved, combined with the political implications of any decision, meant that deliberations would likely continue for several hours. During the recess, Harry found himself surrounded by supporters who wanted to express their admiration for his courage and their outrage at the institutional failures that had enabled his abuse. Augusta Longbottom approached him with tears in her eyes, expressing regret that her own efforts to intervene had been systematically thwarted by Ministry deception. "Mr. Potter," she said with obvious emotion, Your bravery in pursuing this legal challenge has exposed failures that go far beyond your individual case. You've given voice to every magical child who has been failed by the systems that should protect them. Director Bones, speaking in her personal capacity rather than her official role, expressed similar sentiments, while also providing insight into the broader implications of the proceedings. "What you've accomplished today goes beyond legal precedent," she told Harry during a private moment away from the crowds. "You've forced the magical world to confront fundamental questions about how we treat our most vulnerable members. Whatever the Wizengamot decides, this case has already created pressure for reforms that will protect other children from experiencing what you endured. But perhaps the most significant support came from an unexpected source when several members of the Wizengamot approached Harry personally to express their horror at what the evidence had revealed, and their determination to ensure that such systematic failures never occurred again. "Mr. Potter," said Madame Marchbanks, one of the most senior and respected members of the Magical Court, "in my decades of service on the Wizengamot, I have never seen evidence of institutional failure as comprehensive and damaging as what was presented here today. This case will serve as a watershed moment in how our government approaches its responsibilities to magical children." When the Wizengamot reconvened, the atmosphere in the courtroom was charged with anticipation. The evidence that had been presented was so overwhelming that few observers expected anything other than a decisive ruling in Harry's favor, but the specific remedies and reforms that might be ordered remained uncertain. Chief Warlock Bones rose to deliver the Wizengamot's unanimous decision, her voice carrying the weight of legal authority that would reshape magical child protection for generations to come. After careful consideration of all evidence presented, she began formally. "The Wizengamot finds that the Ministry of Magic has systematically and comprehensively failed in its legal obligations to protect Harry Potter as a magical child placed in non-magical custody. These failures represent not isolated incidents of negligence, but deliberate institutional abandonment of fundamental legal duties. The specific findings that Chief Warlock Bones announced were devastating in their scope and implications. The Wizengamot found that the Ministry had violated virtually every protection established by the Magical Children's Protection Act of 1692, from the failure to appoint required magical advocates to the complete absence of mandated oversight and protection. Moreover, the court found that the systematic use of memory modification to suppress legitimate child welfare concerns constituted criminal conspiracy to endanger a magical child, with implications that extended far beyond Harry's individual case. But perhaps most significantly, the Wizengamot's decision established legal precedents that would fundamentally alter how magical authorities approached child protection responsibilities. This court finds that the rights of magical children to protection, advocacy, and appropriate care cannot be waived, ignored, or compromised for any reason, including administrative convenience or political considerations, Chief Warlock Bones announced. The government's obligation to protect magical children is absolute and non-negotiable. The compensation that the Wizengamot awarded to Harry was substantial, reflecting not just the individual harm he had suffered, but the broader significance of the institutional failures that had enabled his abuse. The financial award included reimbursement for the substandard care he had received, compensation for the educational and developmental opportunities he had been denied, and punitive damages designed to deter similar institutional failures in the future. But perhaps more important than the financial compensation were the structural reforms that the court ordered to prevent similar failures from occurring again. The Wizengamot mandated the creation of an independent child advocacy office with authority to investigate and intervene in cases where magical children might be at risk, regardless of political pressure or administrative resistance. The court also ordered comprehensive audits of all current child placement arrangements, with specific requirements for immediate intervention in any case where adequate protection and oversight were not being provided. The days when magical children could be placed and forgotten were definitively over. Additionally, the Wizengamot established strict accountability measures for government officials with child protection responsibilities, including personal liability for failures to fulfill mandated duties and criminal penalties for deliberate negligence that endangered children's welfare. But perhaps the most personally significant aspect of the court's decision was the ruling regarding Harry's own legal status and future guardianship arrangements. The Wizengamot granted him emancipated minor status, recognizing that his experiences had given him maturity and judgment beyond his chronological age, while also providing him with the legal authority to make decisions about his own education, residence, and welfare. Furthermore, the court ordered a comprehensive review of Sirius Black's incarceration, recognizing that his imprisonment without trial had violated Harry's rights to appropriate magical guardianship, as well as Black's own rights to due process under magical law. As Chief Warlock Bones concluded her reading of the Wizengamot's decision, the courtroom erupted in sustained applause that spoke of broad support for both the specific ruling and the broader principle of government accountability to vulnerable children that it represented. For Harry, sitting in the witness chair where he had testified about years of abuse and neglect, the moment felt like vindication, not just for his own suffering, but for every magical child who had been failed by institutions that were supposed to protect them. The legal challenge that had begun with accidental magic in a suburban hallway had culminated in a comprehensive victory that would reshape magical child protection for generations to come. But perhaps more importantly for Harry personally, it had established his own agency and authority to make decisions about his life and future. As the courtroom began to empty, and supporters approached to congratulate him on his historic victory, Harry felt something he had never experienced during his years at Privet Drive, the satisfaction that came from fighting back against injustice and winning. The war for Harry Potter's justice had been decisively won, but the broader campaign for institutional accountability and child protection reform was just beginning, and Harry Potter, no longer a powerless victim, but an empowered advocate with legal authority and public support, was positioned to lead that campaign with the determination and courage that had brought him this far. The summons for Albus Dumbledore to appear before the Wizengamot arrived on a Tuesday morning that would mark the beginning of the end of his reputation as the most revered wizard of his generation. The parchment bore official seals that carried the full weight of magical legal authority, demanding his immediate testimony regarding his role in the systematic failures that had enabled Harry Potter's abuse and abandonment by the very institutions he had helped to shape and lead. Dumbledore entered the ancient courtroom with the measured dignity that had characterized his public appearances for decades, his elaborate robes and flowing beard giving him the appearance of wisdom and benevolence that had made him one of the most trusted figures in magical society. But those who knew him well could see the strain in his bearing, the careful control that suggested a man preparing to defend decisions that he knew would be difficult to justify under rigorous legal scrutiny. The circular chamber was even more packed than it had been during Harry's testimony, with representatives from every major magical publication and political organization present to witness what many expected to be the most significant testimony in recent magical history. The man who had shaped magical policy for decades was about to be held accountable for decisions that had resulted in the systematic abuse of the most famous child in the wizarding world. Harry sat in the front row of the gallery, flanked by Griphook and the full Goblin legal team that had successfully demolished the Ministry's defenses during the previous day's proceedings. The 9-year-old's presence served as a visible reminder of the human cost of the institutional failures that Dumbledore would be required to address and defend. Chief Warlock Amelia Bones called the session to order with the formal solemnity appropriate to proceedings that would determine whether one of the magical world's most powerful figures had violated fundamental legal principles in his treatment of a vulnerable child. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, she began with official precision. You are called before this court to provide testimony regarding your role in the placement and subsequent oversight of Harry James Potter following the death of his parents in 1981. You are reminded that all testimony will be given under the influence of truth verification charms, and that any attempt to deceive this court will result in immediate criminal charges. The mention of truth verification charms created a visible stir throughout the courtroom. Dumbledore's reputation had been built largely on his ability to present complex situations in ways that emphasized his wisdom and benevolence, while minimizing attention to the more questionable aspects of his decision-making. The prospect of testimony that could not be filtered through his considerable skills of persuasion and misdirection was unprecedented. Dumbledore accepted the truth verification protocols with apparent calm, though those who watched carefully could see the slight tension in his posture that suggested he understood the gravity of his situation. For the first time in decades, he would be required to answer direct questions about his actions without the ability to deflect, obfuscate, or charm his way around uncomfortable truths. Griphook rose to conduct the examination with the methodical precision that Goblin legal practice demanded. His first questions established the basic facts of Dumbledore's authority and decision-making power at the time of Harry's placement, creating a foundation for the more damaging revelations that would follow. "Mr. Dumbledore," Griphook began formally, "in your capacity as Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot in 1981, did you personally make the decision to place Harry Potter in the custody of his maternal relatives, the Dursley family, following the death of his parents?" Under the influence of the truth verification charms, Dumbledore's answer was direct and unambiguous in ways that his usual speaking style rarely permitted. "Yes," he replied simply. "I made that decision personally." "Did you conduct the required background investigations mandated by the Magical Children's Protection Act before making this placement decision?" Number 1. I believed that such investigations were unnecessary, given my personal knowledge of the family situation. The admission sent a ripple of shock through the courtroom. Dumbledore had openly acknowledged bypassing legal protections specifically designed to prevent the kind of abuse that Harry had subsequently endured. But Griphook was just beginning to expose the extent of the violations that had shaped Harry's placement and subsequent abandonment. "Did you consult with the Department for Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, Child Welfare Division, before making this placement decision as required by established protocols?" "No. I determined that such consultation would be time-consuming and potentially compromise the security measures I believed were necessary." "Did you inform Sirius Black, Harry Potter's designated magical godfather, of your placement decision before implementing it?" "No. Mr. Black had been arrested and was unavailable for consultation." "Did you investigate the circumstances of Mr. Black's arrest, or make any effort to determine whether his incarceration might affect Harry Potter's guardianship rights?" "No. I accepted the Ministry's determination that Mr. Black was guilty of the charges against him." Each answer built upon the previous ones to create a picture of decision-making that had systematically excluded every safeguard and protection that magical law required for vulnerable children. Dumbledore had operated as if his personal judgment was sufficient to override centuries of legal precedent designed to protect children from exactly the kind of situation that Harry had subsequently endured. But the most damaging testimony was yet to come, as Griphook turned his attention to the oversight and monitoring that should have occurred following Harry's placement with the Dursleys. "Mr. Dumbledore, did you establish any form of magical monitoring or protection for Harry Potter following his placement with the Dursley family?" "I placed blood protection wards on the Dursley home, which I believed would provide adequate security against magical threats." "Did these blood protection wards include any provisions for monitoring Harry Potter's physical welfare or detecting abuse or neglect?" "No. The wards were designed specifically to protect against magical attacks. Did you establish any protocol for regular welfare checks or oversight of Harry Potter's treatment by his guardians?" "I believed that Mrs. Arabella Figg, a squib living nearby, would provide adequate monitoring of the situation." "Did you instruct Mrs. Figg to report specifically on Harry Potter's welfare, living conditions, or treatment by his guardians. No. Her instructions were to observe and report any unusual magical activity in the area. The systematic failure to establish even basic protections for Harry's welfare was shocking enough, but what Griphook revealed next elevated Dumbledore's negligence to something approaching deliberate endangerment. Mr. Dumbledore, are you aware that the Department for Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures has been providing monthly guardian support payments to the Dursley family since 1981? Yes. I was instrumental in establishing those payments. Did you establish any oversight or accountability measures to ensure that these payments were being used for Harry Potter's care and welfare? Number 1. I believed that the payments themselves would be sufficient to ensure adequate care. Were you aware that Harry Potter was living in a cupboard under the stairs at the Dursley residence? The truth verification charms forced an answer that visibly shook Dumbledore's carefully maintained composure. I became aware of his sleeping arrangements during his early years. Yes. Did you take any action to improve his living conditions once you became aware of them? I believed that his living situation, while not ideal, was preferable to the alternatives given the security considerations. The courtroom erupted in outraged murmurs that Chief Warlock Bones had to gavel down repeatedly. The revelation that Dumbledore had been aware of Harry's abuse and had chosen to allow it to continue for what he characterized as security reasons was perhaps the most damning testimony yet presented. But Griphook wasn't finished exposing the extent of Dumbledore's failures. The Goblin's next line of questioning addressed the systematic suppression of intervention attempts that had maintained Harry's isolation and vulnerability. Mr. Dumbledore, are you aware that multiple individuals and organizations attempted to inquire about Harry Potter's welfare over the past 9 years? Yes. There were several such inquiries. Did you take any action to discourage or prevent these inquiries? I believed that maintaining Harry's privacy and security required limiting outside attention to his situation. Did you specifically instruct ministry officials to provide false information about oversight activities to concerned parties? Under the influence of the truth verification charms, Dumbledore was forced to provide an answer that destroyed any remaining credibility he might have retained. I provided guidance to relevant officials about how to respond to inquiries in ways that would protect Harry's security while minimizing public attention. The euphemistic language couldn't disguise the reality of what Dumbledore was admitting. He had orchestrated a deliberate campaign of deception designed to prevent intervention on Harry's behalf, even when responsible members of magical society had expressed legitimate concerns about his welfare. But perhaps the most shocking revelation came when Griphook addressed the memory modifications that had been used to suppress concerns about Harry's situation. Mr. Dumbledore, are you aware that memory modification charms were used on individuals who expressed concerns about Harry Potter's welfare? Yes. I believed such measures were necessary to protect his location and security. Did you personally perform any of these memory modifications? Yes. In several cases where I determined that the individual's continued concern posed a security risk. Did you instruct others to perform similar modifications on your behalf? Yes. I provided general guidance about the importance of maintaining security around Harry's situation. The systematic use of memory modification to suppress legitimate child welfare concerns represented a level of deliberate criminal conduct that stunned even the most cynical observers in the courtroom. Dumbledore hadn't simply failed to protect Harry. He had actively worked to prevent others from protecting him. But the most personally devastating testimony came when Griphook turned to the broader implications of Dumbledore's decision-making and its impact on Harry's development and welfare. Mr. Dumbledore, you have testified that you were aware of Harry Potter's substandard living conditions, but chose not to intervene for what you characterized as security reasons. Can you explain how allowing a magical child to be systematically abused served any legitimate security purpose? The question forced Dumbledore to confront the fundamental contradiction at the heart of his approach to Harry's welfare. His answer, delivered under the compulsion of truth verification charms, revealed thinking that prioritized abstract strategic considerations over the immediate welfare of the child he claimed to be protecting. I believed that maintaining Harry in a humble environment would prevent him from developing an inflated sense of his own importance, while the blood protections provided by his maternal relative's household offered security benefits that outweighed other considerations. The answer revealed a level of paternalistic manipulation that shocked even Dumbledore's supporters in the courtroom. He had deliberately chosen to maintain Harry in an abusive environment because he believed that suffering would be character-building, while using security concerns as a convenient justification for decisions that actually prioritized his own strategic preferences over the child's welfare. Do you believe that the character development benefits you perceived justified subjecting Harry Potter to nearly a decade of abuse, neglect, and systematic deprivation? I believed that the combination of protection and humility that his placement provided outweighed the temporary disadvantages of his living situation. Temporary disadvantages. The euphemistic description of systematic child abuse created another wave of outraged response from the courtroom observers. Dumbledore's testimony was revealing a mindset that treated Harry's suffering as an acceptable cost for achieving broader strategic objectives. But perhaps the most damaging aspect of Dumbledore's testimony was what it revealed about his attitude toward the legal protections designed to shield magical children from exactly the kind of treatment he had knowingly allowed Harry to endure. Mr. Dumbledore, do you believe that your personal judgment regarding what was best for Harry Potter justified bypassing the legal protections established by the Magical Children's Protection Act? I believed that the exceptional circumstances surrounding Harry's situation required exceptional measures that went beyond conventional legal frameworks. Do you believe that your position as Chief Warlock gave you authority to ignore established law when you personally disagreed with its application? I believed that my responsibilities to the magical community as a whole sometimes required decisions that individual statutes might not anticipate or address. The answers revealed a fundamental disregard for the rule of law that undermined the very foundations of magical government. Dumbledore had operated as if his personal wisdom was sufficient to override legal protections specifically designed to prevent powerful individuals from making unilateral decisions about vulnerable children's lives. As Griphook's examination continued, the pattern that emerged was one of systematic violation of virtually every principle designed to protect magical children from abuse and exploitation. Dumbledore had bypassed required safeguards, ignored mandated oversight protocols, actively suppressed intervention attempts, and justified all of these violations by reference to security concerns and strategic objectives that he refused to explain or submit to external review. But perhaps most significantly, his testimony revealed that these weren't isolated decisions made under pressure, but deliberate choices maintained over nearly a decade, despite multiple opportunities to recognize and correct their harmful effects. The cross-examination conducted by the ministry's legal representatives was notably brief and ineffective. Percy Weasley's attempts to portray Dumbledore's decisions as reasonable responses to extraordinary circumstances collapsed under the weight of evidence showing systematic harm to a child who should have been protected by every institution of magical society. When Dumbledore finally left the witness stand, his reputation lay in ruins around him. The man who had been revered as the greatest wizard of his generation stood exposed as someone who had deliberately endangered a child for reasons that seemed increasingly inadequate under rigorous examination. The impact of his testimony extended far beyond his personal reputation. The revelation that such systematic violations of children's rights could be perpetrated by the most trusted figure in magical society raised fundamental questions about the accountability mechanisms that governed magical institutions and the protection of vulnerable individuals from abuse by powerful authorities. Chief Warlock Bones dismissed the session with obvious emotional exhaustion, clearly affected by testimony that had revealed failures of moral judgment and legal responsibility on a scale that challenged basic assumptions about how magical society protected its most vulnerable members. For Harry, watching from the gallery As the man responsible for his systematic abuse finally faced consequences for his actions, the moment represented a vindication that went beyond personal satisfaction. Dumbledore's testimony had exposed not just individual failures, but institutional weaknesses that enabled powerful individuals to harm vulnerable children while claiming to act in their best interests. As the courtroom emptied and observers dispersed to process what they had witnessed, Harry felt a sense of completion that had nothing to do with revenge and everything to do with justice finally being served. The man who had shaped his childhood through deliberate decisions that prioritized strategic objectives over basic human welfare had been forced to account for those decisions under circumstances that prevented evasion or rationalization. The fall of Albus Dumbledore represented more than the disgrace of a single individual, no matter how powerful or previously respected. It represented a fundamental shift in how magical society understood the relationship between authority and accountability, between strategic necessity and basic human rights, between institutional power and individual welfare. But perhaps most importantly for Harry personally, it represented the final dismantling of the mythology that had justified his systematic abuse for nearly a decade. No longer could anyone claim that his suffering had been necessary, temporary, or justified by concerns too complex for him to understand. The truth had been revealed, acknowledged, and condemned by the highest authority in magical society. The war for Harry Potter's justice had achieved a victory so complete that it would reshape magical society's understanding of its obligations to vulnerable children for generations to come. The final session of the Wizengamot convened on a crisp autumn morning that would mark the most comprehensive judicial reform in magical Britain's history. The ancient courtroom buzzed with anticipation as Chief Warlock Amelia Bones prepared to deliver a verdict that would reshape how magical society understood its fundamental obligations to protect vulnerable children from institutional failure and individual abuse. Harry sat in the front row of the gallery, flanked by the Goblin legal team that had systematically dismantled every defense offered for the systematic failures that had enabled his abuse. The 9-year-old's presence served as a constant reminder of the human cost of institutional negligence and the importance of accountability in preventing similar failures from affecting other magical children. The packed courtroom included representatives from every major magical family, political organization, and advocacy group in Britain, along with journalists whose coverage would carry news of the proceedings throughout the magical world. The proceedings had attracted international attention from magical governments concerned about their own child protection systems and the precedents that might be established. Chief Warlock Bones rose to address the court with the gravity appropriate to proceedings that would establish fundamental principles governing institutional accountability and children's rights for generations to come. Members of the Wizengamot, distinguished observers, and citizens of magical Britain, she began with formal solemnity. We have convened today to render final judgment in the case of Potter versus the Ministry of Magic, addressing systematic institutional failures in the protection of magical children and the accountability of government officials whose negligence enabled systematic abuse. The evidence presented during these proceedings had been overwhelming in its scope and devastating in its implications. Financial records, legal documents, testimony from government officials, and the personal accounts of Harry and multiple witnesses had created an undeniable picture of failures so comprehensive that they could only be explained by deliberate negligence or willful indifference to child welfare. After careful deliberation, the Wizengamot finds the Ministry of Magic liable for systematic and comprehensive failures in its legal obligations to protect Harry Potter during his placement in non-magical custody, Chief Warlock Bones announced, her voice carrying the weight of legal authority that would reshape magical government accountability. The specific findings that followed were unprecedented in their scope and implications. The Wizengamot ruled unanimously that the ministry had violated virtually every protection established by the Magical Children's Protection Act, creating a pattern of institutional failure that had directly enabled Harry's systematic abuse and abandonment. Moreover, the court found that these failures weren't isolated incidents or bureaucratic oversights, but deliberate decisions that had prioritized administrative convenience and political considerations over fundamental legal obligations to protect vulnerable children from harm. But perhaps most significantly, the Wizengamot's findings established legal precedents that would fundamentally alter how magical institutions approached their responsibilities to children and the accountability mechanisms that governed official conduct. This court establishes that the rights of magical children to protection, advocacy, and appropriate care are fundamental and non-negotiable, regardless of political pressure, administrative convenience, or the personal preferences of government officials, Chief Warlock Bones declared. No official, regardless of position or reputation, has authority to compromise these protections for any reason. The financial compensation awarded to Harry was substantial, reflecting not just the individual harm he had suffered, but the broader significance of the institutional failures that had enabled his systematic abuse. The award included reimbursement for the substandard care he had received, compensation for educational and developmental opportunities he had been denied, and punitive damages designed to deter similar institutional failures in the future. The Wizengamot Awards, Harry James Potter financial compensation totaling 50,000 galleons, representing full reimbursement for care that should have been provided, compensation for harm suffered, and punitive damages reflecting the egregious nature of the institutional failures that enabled his systematic abuse, Chief Warlock Bones announced to audible gasps from the courtroom observers. 50,000 galleons represented wealth beyond anything Harry could have imagined during his years in the cupboard under the stairs. But more important than the financial compensation were the structural reforms that the court ordered to prevent similar failures from occurring again. The Wizengamot hereby orders the immediate creation of an independent child advocacy office, with authority to investigate, monitor, and intervene in any case where magical children may be at risk, regardless of political pressure or administrative resistance. Chief Warlock Bones continued. This office shall operate independently of existing ministry departments and shall report directly to the Wizengamot to ensure accountability and prevent institutional capture. The creation of an independent advocacy office represented a fundamental shift in how magical society approached child protection. No longer would vulnerable children depend solely on the competence and goodwill of government bureaucrats whose primary loyalties might lie with institutional protection rather than child welfare. The new advocacy office would have authority to conduct unannounced inspections of any residence where magical children were placed, to remove children immediately from situations deemed harmful, and to pursue legal action against individuals or institutions that failed in their protection responsibilities. Additionally, the Wizengamot orders comprehensive audits of all current child placement arrangements within 6 months, with mandatory intervention in any case where adequate protection and oversight are not being provided, the Chief Warlock announced. The era of placing magical children and forgetting about their welfare is definitively ended. The ordered audits would affect dozens of magical children currently in various placement arrangements throughout Britain. For the first time, every magical child in non-magical custody would have their welfare independently verified and protected by authorities who couldn't be pressured or deceived by those responsible for their care. But perhaps the most personally significant aspect of the court's decision was the ruling regarding Harry's own legal status and future arrangements. The Wizengamot granted him emancipated minor status, recognizing that his experiences had given him maturity and judgment beyond his chronological age, while providing him with legal authority to make decisions about his own education, residence, and welfare. This court finds that Harry Potter, despite his chronological age, has demonstrated wisdom, courage, and judgment that justify granting him legal emancipation with full authority to make decisions regarding his education, residence, and personal affairs, Chief Warlock Bones declared. He shall have access to his full inheritance and the legal standing of an adult in all matters relating to his personal welfare. The emancipation ruling was unprecedented for someone of Harry's age, But the extraordinary circumstances of his case and the maturity he had demonstrated throughout the legal proceedings convinced the Wizengamot that traditional age restrictions would be inappropriate in his situation. Furthermore, the court orders an immediate and comprehensive review of Sirius Black's incarceration, recognizing that his imprisonment without trial violated both his rights to due process and Harry Potter's rights to appropriate magical guardianship. The Chief Warlock continued. Mr. Black's case shall be reviewed with the urgency appropriate to a situation where denial of justice has compounded institutional failures affecting child welfare. The order to review Sirius Black's case represented justice not just for Harry's wrongfully imprisoned godfather, but acknowledgement that the systematic violation of legal protections had extended far beyond child welfare to encompass fundamental principles of magical justice. The accountability measures that the Wizengamot established were equally comprehensive and unprecedented. Government officials with child protection responsibilities would face personal liability for failures to fulfill mandated duties, with criminal penalties for deliberate negligence that endangered children's welfare. This court establishes personal criminal liability for any government official whose deliberate negligence or willful failure to fulfill child protection duties results in harm to magical children, Chief Warlock Bones announced. The defense that one was following orders or institutional policy will not shield officials from accountability when their actions or inactions endanger vulnerable children. The personal liability provisions would fundamentally alter how government officials approached their child protection responsibilities. No longer could they assume that institutional protection would shield them from consequences when their failures resulted in harm to children. Additionally, the Wizengamot ordered the immediate dismissal and criminal prosecution of specific officials whose testimony had revealed deliberate deception and obstruction regarding Harry's case. Several ministry employees faced charges ranging from criminal negligence to conspiracy to endanger a magical child, but perhaps the most significant long-term reform was the establishment of mandatory reporting requirements for any magical adult who became aware of potential abuse or neglect of magical children. The days when concerns could be quietly dismissed or bureaucratically buried were definitively over. This court establishes mandatory reporting obligations for any magical adult who becomes aware of potential abuse, neglect, or endangerment of magical children, with criminal penalties for failure to report such concerns to appropriate authorities, the Chief Warlock declared. Every adult in magical society shares responsibility for protecting vulnerable children from harm. The mandatory reporting requirements would create a social safety net that made it impossible for abused magical children to remain invisible to authorities who could intervene on their behalf. Multiple adults would be legally obligated to report concerns, making it much more difficult for systematic abuse to continue undetected. As Chief Warlock Bones concluded the reading of the Wizengamot's comprehensive decision, the courtroom erupted in sustained applause that reflected broad support for both the specific ruling and the fundamental principle of institutional accountability that it represented. For Harry, sitting in the gallery where he had witnessed the systematic dismantling of every excuse offered for the failures that had shaped his childhood, the moment represented vindication beyond anything he had imagined possible when Griphook first offered goblin legal representation weeks earlier. The legal challenge that had begun with accidental magic in a suburban hallway had culminated in the most comprehensive judicial reform in magical history. But perhaps more importantly for Harry personally, it had established his own agency and authority to shape his future according to his own choices and preferences. As the courtroom began to empty and supporters approached to congratulate him on his historic victory, Harry found himself thinking not just about personal vindication, but about the other magical children whose lives would be protected by the reforms that his courage had made possible. Griphook approached with obvious satisfaction, his expression reflecting the professional pride of someone who had achieved a legal victory that would be studied and cited for centuries to come. "Mr. Potter," the goblin said formally, You have accomplished something extraordinary today. You have not only secured justice for your own suffering, but established legal precedents that will protect magical children throughout Britain for generations to come. This victory represents the finest tradition of using legal channels to achieve fundamental social reform. Augusta Longbottom, who had provided crucial testimony regarding the ministry's systematic deception about oversight activities, expressed similar sentiments, while also offering practical support for Harry's transition to legal independence. "Mr. Potter," she said with obvious emotion, "your bravery in pursuing this legal challenge has exposed institutional failures that extended far beyond your individual case. You have given voice to every magical child who has been failed by systems that should protect them. If you require guidance or support as you exercise your new legal independence, House Longbottom would be honored to provide assistance." Director Amelia Bones, speaking in her personal capacity rather than her official role, provided insight into the broader implications of the proceedings for magical government accountability and reform. "What you've accomplished today represents a fundamental shift in how magical government understands its obligations to vulnerable citizens," she told Harry during a private conversation away from the celebrating crowds. "These reforms will save lives and prevent suffering for children we'll never know about, but whose welfare will be protected because of the courage you showed in demanding justice." But perhaps the most meaningful recognition came from an unexpected source when several other magical children, accompanied by their advocates, approached Harry to express gratitude for the legal precedents that would protect them from similar institutional failures. A young witch named Luna Lovegood, whose own placement situation had been improved as a result of the preliminary reforms implemented during Harry's case, spoke with the clarity and insight that characterized her unique perspective on the world. "You did something very brave and important," she told Harry with the directness that adults often found unsettling, but that Harry appreciated for its honesty. "You showed that children have rights that adults have to respect, even when those adults are very powerful or important. That will help lots of children who don't even know they need help yet." The recognition that his legal victory would have implications for children throughout magical society added dimensions of meaning and responsibility that Harry was only beginning to understand. His personal quest for justice had become a broader campaign for institutional accountability and child protection that would continue long after his individual case was resolved. As the afternoon progressed and the immediate celebration of legal victory began to transition into planning for the practical implementation of the reforms that had been ordered, Harry found himself thinking about the future with optimism and determination that had been impossible during his years at Privet Drive. The war for Harry Potter's justice had been decisively won, but the broader campaign for institutional accountability and child protection reform represented an ongoing responsibility that he was uniquely positioned to lead and support. The Goblin legal team was already preparing to establish a foundation using part of Harry's settlement that would provide advocacy and support for magical children facing situations similar to what he had endured. The precedents established by his case would serve as powerful tools for protecting vulnerable children, but ongoing vigilance and advocacy would be required to ensure that those protections were consistently implemented. Griphook outlined the Foundation's proposed structure and mission during a planning meeting that afternoon, his expression reflecting both professional satisfaction at the legal victory achieved and personal commitment to the ongoing work of child protection that it would enable. The Potter Foundation for Magical Child Advocacy will operate independently of government oversight, funded by your settlement and additional donations from magical families who support comprehensive child protection reform, he explained. The Foundation will provide legal representation for children facing institutional neglect, fund independent monitoring of placement arrangements, and advocate for continued improvements in child protection systems. The Foundation would also establish scholarships and educational support for magical children who had been failed by conventional systems, ensuring that their academic and personal development wouldn't be permanently compromised by early experiences of neglect or abuse. But perhaps most importantly, the foundation would maintain the pressure for accountability and reform that would prevent the kind of institutional complacency that had enabled Harry's systematic abuse to continue for nearly a decade. As Harry considered the responsibilities and opportunities that his legal victory had created, he felt the same sense of purpose and agency that had sustained him through the legal challenge itself. The power to shape his own future had been accompanied by the opportunity to protect other vulnerable children from experiencing the systematic abandonment that had characterized his own childhood. The transformation from powerless victim to empowered advocate represented more than personal growth. It represented a fundamental shift in how magical society understood the relationship between institutional power and individual rights, between administrative convenience and basic human welfare, between adult authority and children's fundamental need for protection and care. Standing in the shadow of Gringotts as the sun set on the most significant day in recent magical legal history, Harry Potter felt ready to embrace both the freedom that legal emancipation had provided and the responsibility that his unique position and experience had created. The boy who had lived in a cupboard under the stairs was gone forever, replaced by a young advocate whose courage and determination had already changed magical society in fundamental ways, and whose future held the promise of even greater contributions to justice and child protection. The war for Harry Potter's justice was complete, but the campaign for a magical world where every child was truly protected and valued was just beginning. The morning after the Gringotts historic verdict found Harry Potter standing at the gates of Longbottom Manor, a sprawling estate that spoke of centuries of magical tradition and the kind of stable family heritage that he had never experienced during his years with the Dursleys. The ancient stone walls were covered with climbing roses that bloomed in impossible profusion despite the approaching winter, while the grounds stretched toward horizons that seemed to promise safety and belonging in ways that Privet Drive never could. Augusta Longbottom had extended her formal offer of guardianship the previous evening, recognizing that despite his legal emancipation, a 9-year-old still needed the guidance and support that only a caring adult could provide. Her invitation had come with no conditions or expectations beyond her genuine desire to offer Harry the kind of stable magical household that should have been his birthright from the beginning. The Dowager Countess met Harry at the front door herself, her bearing radiating the dignity and warmth that had made her one of the most respected figures in magical society. Her formal robes had been replaced by practical clothing that suggested someone who valued substance over appearance, while her expression conveyed the maternal concern that Harry had never experienced from any adult during his childhood. "Welcome to Longbottom Manor, Mr. Potter," she said, with the formal courtesy appropriate to his newly recognized status, while also conveying genuine pleasure at his presence. "I hope you will find this a place where you can begin to heal from the experiences that no child should have endured, and where you can discover what it means to be valued and protected by adults who understand their responsibilities." The interior of Longbottom Manor was everything that the Dursley household was not. Where Privet Drive had been sterile and controlled, designed to suppress any hint of magic or individuality, the manor celebrated both magical heritage and personal expression. Family portraits lined the walls, their subjects moving and interacting in ways that brought centuries of Longbottom history to vibrant life. Magical plants grew in every available space, their exotic blooms and unusual characteristics creating an environment that embraced wonder rather than fearing it. But perhaps most significantly for Harry, the manor felt lived in and loved. Unlike the museum-like perfection of Privet Drive, where every object had its designated place and any disruption was treated as a violation, Longbottom Manor showed evidence of daily life and genuine comfort. Books lay open on reading tables, magical instruments were scattered across work surfaces, and the overall atmosphere suggested a household where learning and exploration were encouraged rather than suppressed. It was in the manor's comfortable sitting room that Harry first met Neville Longbottom, The boy who would become not just a housemate, but the closest thing to a brother that Harry had ever known. Neville was a year older than Harry, but seemed younger in some ways, his round face and gentle manner reflecting a childhood that had been protected and nurtured rather than marked by systematic abuse and neglect. The initial meeting between the two boys was tentative, but marked by immediate mutual understanding. Both had lost their parents to the same war that had shaped the magical world during their early years, though their subsequent experiences had been vastly different. Where Harry had been abandoned to suffer in isolation, Neville had been raised by a grandmother who valued his welfare above all other considerations. "Hello," Neville said, with shy politeness that immediately put Harry at ease. "Gran told me you'd be coming to stay with us. She says you've been very brave and that you've helped make things better for lots of children who need protecting." Harry found himself responding to Neville's genuine warmth with an openness that surprised him. Throughout his childhood, any display of vulnerability had been met with mockery or punishment, teaching him to guard his emotions and trust no one with his true feelings. But something about Neville's manner, combined with the obviously safe environment of Longbottom Manor, allowed him to begin lowering defenses that had been necessary for survival at Privet Drive. "I hope we can be friends," Harry replied, his voice carrying hope that he had rarely allowed himself to express. "I've never really had a friend before. The Dursleys didn't like me talking to other children, and I never knew anyone who understood about magic." The simple admission created an immediate bond between the two boys. Neville's eyes widened with the kind of sympathetic understanding that came from someone who had always been surrounded by love and couldn't imagine childhood without it. For Harry, the experience of being heard and accepted without judgment was revelatory. Augusta observed the initial interaction between the boys with obvious satisfaction, recognizing that both would benefit from the companionship and understanding that their shared experiences could provide. Her decision to offer Harry guardianship hadn't been motivated solely by charitable impulses, but by genuine belief that his presence would enrich their household while providing him with the family environment he had never known. Over the following days, Harry began to discover what normal childhood felt like for the first time in his life. Meals were regular, nutritious, and eaten together around a table where conversation was encouraged rather than forbidden. His opinions were solicited and valued rather than dismissed as unimportant. Most remarkably, mistakes and accidents were treated as normal parts of childhood rather than occasions for punishment or recrimination. The bedroom that Augusta assigned to Harry was larger than the Dursleys' entire downstairs, with windows that looked out over gardens where magical creatures moved freely among plants that thrived under careful cultivation. The furniture was comfortable and well made, chosen for durability and function rather than mere appearance. Most importantly, the space was entirely his own, a private refuge where he could process his experiences and begin planning for a future that was finally under his own control. But perhaps the most significant aspect of his new living situation was access to magical education that could begin addressing the years of deliberate deprivation that had characterized his time with the Dursleys. Augusta arranged for private tutors who could help Harry catch up on the basic magical knowledge that every magical child should acquire during their early years, while also providing academic instruction that would prepare him for eventual attendance at Hogwarts. The contrast between his current educational opportunities and the systematic suppression of learning that had marked his time at Privet Drive was stark and sometimes overwhelming. Where the Dursleys had discouraged any display of curiosity or intelligence, treating his academic interests as pretentious, showing off that needed to be suppressed, Augusta and her household staff actively encouraged his questions and provided resources to help him explore his interests. Think of any of you who have experienced that moment when you finally found yourself in an environment where you were truly welcome and valued. The relief can be overwhelming, can't it, when you no longer have to constantly guard against criticism or rejection. Sometimes it takes time to really believe that the safety is genuine and lasting. Harry's magical education began with basic theory and history that provided context for the powers that had been manifesting sporadically throughout his childhood. For the first time, he learned that accidental magic was normal for magical children, and that the protective barrier he had created against Uncle Vernon represented advanced magical ability rather than freakish behavior that needed to be suppressed. Professor McGonagall, who served as one of his tutors in her capacity as deputy headmistress of Hogwarts, proved to be an excellent teacher whose stern exterior masked genuine concern for his welfare and academic development. Her first assessment of his magical abilities revealed significant natural talent that had been underdeveloped due to lack of proper instruction and encouragement. "Mr. Potter," she said, after observing him practice basic transfiguration exercises, "you have considerable natural ability that has been largely suppressed by your living circumstances. With proper instruction and practice, you should be able to achieve magical proficiency well beyond what most children your age demonstrate. Your experiences, while regrettable, seem to have strengthened rather than weakened your magical core. The discovery that his difficult experiences had actually enhanced rather than diminished his magical abilities provided a perspective on his childhood that helped transform victimhood into something approaching strength. His suffering hadn't been meaningless or purely destructive. It had forged capabilities that could be channeled into positive purposes as he matured and developed greater control over his powers. But magical education was only one aspect of the comprehensive support that Augusta provided as Harry began the long process of healing from systematic trauma and neglect. She arranged for him to work with a mind healer who specialized in treating children who had experienced institutional abandonment and family abuse. Dr. Lydia Clearwater, a distant relative of the Auror who had first rescued Harry from Privet Drive, brought both professional expertise and personal understanding to her work with traumatized children. Her approach emphasized building trust and safety rather than forcing premature emotional processing, recognizing that Harry would need to feel secure before he could begin addressing the deeper impacts of his experiences. The mind-healing sessions took place in Dr. Clearwater's comfortable office within St. Mungo's Hospital, surrounded by magical artifacts designed to promote calm and emotional safety. Unlike the sterile clinical environments that Harry had imagined, the space felt more like a library or study where serious conversation could take place without pressure or judgment. "Harry," Dr. Clearwater said during their first session, "I want you to understand that what happened to you wasn't normal, wasn't your fault, and doesn't define what you're capable of becoming. Many children who experience trauma develop strength and resilience that serves them well throughout their lives, though it shouldn't have been necessary for you to develop those qualities under such difficult circumstances." The process of healing was gradual and sometimes difficult, involving the recognition and processing of emotions that Harry had suppressed for years in order to survive his living situation. Anger, grief, fear, and confusion all had to be acknowledged and worked through rather than buried beneath the kind of emotional numbness that had protected him during his worst experiences. But perhaps most challenging was learning to accept care and concern from adults without constantly anticipating betrayal or abandonment. Years of conditioning had taught Harry that adult kindness was temporary and conditional, likely to be withdrawn without warning when his behavior failed to meet unstated expectations. Learning to trust that Augusta's care was genuine and lasting required constant reassurance and evidence that her support wouldn't disappear when he made mistakes or expressed needs. The legal settlement from his successful challenge against the ministry provided financial security that removed many practical concerns about his future, while also creating opportunities to help other children in similar situations. Working with Griphook and the Goblin legal team, Harry established the Potter Foundation for Magical Child Advocacy with an initial endowment that would allow it to operate independently while providing comprehensive support for vulnerable children throughout magical Britain. The Foundation's first major initiative involved identifying and assisting other magical children who had been failed by the same systems that had enabled Harry's systematic abuse. The precedents established by his legal victory provided powerful tools for intervention and reform, but each individual case required careful investigation and personalized support to address the specific failures that had occurred. Within weeks of the Foundation's establishment, over 30 cases had been identified where magical children were receiving inadequate oversight or protection. Some involved placement with relatives or guardians who were unprepared or unwilling to provide appropriate care. Others revealed systematic failures in educational support or medical care that had left children without resources necessary for healthy development. But perhaps most significantly, several cases involved children who had been subjected to memory modifications or other forms of magical suppression designed to control their behavior or conceal evidence of abuse. The Foundation's investigators, working with goblin legal experts and professional mind healers, developed protocols for detecting and reversing such modifications while providing therapeutic support for children whose memories and identities had been deliberately altered. Harry's personal involvement in the Foundation's work provided him with purpose and agency that helped channel his own experiences into positive action rather than dwelling on past victimization. Each child who received help through the Foundation's intervention represented not just immediate relief from harmful situations, but validation that his own struggle for justice had created lasting benefits for vulnerable children throughout magical society. One case that particularly resonated with Harry involved Luna Lovegood, a girl his own age who had been placed with relatives following her mother's death in a magical research accident. While not subjected to active abuse, Luna had been systematically discouraged from expressing her unique magical abilities and unconventional perspectives, creating a form of emotional suppression that was slowly extinguishing her natural creativity and wonder. The Foundation's intervention in Luna's case involved not just improving her immediate living situation, but connecting her with educational resources and social support that celebrated rather than suppressed her distinctive talents and interests. Her transformation from a withdrawn and discouraged child to someone who felt free to express her authentic self provided Harry with visible evidence that his advocacy work was making real differences in individual lives. During one of their early meetings, Luna demonstrated the insight and directness that would characterize their friendship throughout the years to come. "You understand something that most adults don't," she told Harry with the matter-of-fact clarity that distinguished her perspective on the world. "You know what it feels like when grown-ups don't believe that your experiences matter or that your feelings are important. That's why you can help other children in ways that even nice adults sometimes can't." The recognition that his difficult experiences had given him unique qualifications for advocacy work helped Harry develop a sense of purpose and meaning that transformed his understanding of his own history. Rather than viewing his childhood as purely victimization to be overcome, he began to see it as preparation for a lifetime of work protecting vulnerable children and holding powerful institutions accountable for their failures. As autumn progressed toward winter, Harry found himself settling into routines and relationships that felt increasingly normal and secure. His friendship with Neville deepened into the kind of brotherhood that neither boy had experienced before, while his relationship with Augusta developed into something approaching the healthy parental bond that should have characterized his early childhood. The academic progress that Harry made under proper instruction was remarkable, reflecting both natural intelligence that had been suppressed during his years with the Dursleys and the motivation that came from finally being allowed to pursue learning without fear of punishment for intellectual curiosity. His magical abilities developed rapidly under expert guidance, while his understanding of magical law and advocacy principles positioned him to make increasingly sophisticated contributions to the Foundation's work. But perhaps the most significant development was Harry's growing confidence in his own judgment and decision-making abilities. Years of being told that his perceptions were wrong and his feelings didn't matter, had created deep uncertainty about his ability to assess situations and make appropriate choices. Working with Dr. Clearwater and observing the positive results of his advocacy decisions helped rebuild the self-trust that systematic gaslighting had undermined. The Foundation's work expanded throughout the autumn to include not just individual case intervention, but broader advocacy for institutional reform and public education about children's rights. Harry found himself invited to speak at conferences and public events where his personal story provided powerful testimony about the importance of accountability in child protection systems. These speaking engagements were initially challenging for someone who had been taught that drawing attention to himself was dangerous and inappropriate. But the visible impact that his testimony had on audiences, combined with the concrete improvements in child protection policies that resulted from increased public awareness, motivated Harry to develop increasingly sophisticated advocacy skills. His first major public address took place at the annual conference of the International Association of Magical Child Welfare Organizations, where representatives from magical governments throughout the world had gathered to discuss best practices and emerging challenges in child protection. Harry's presence on the program as the youngest keynote speaker in the organization's history attracted international attention to the reforms that were being implemented in magical Britain. The speech that Harry delivered was remarkable, not just for its content, but for the poise and authority that he demonstrated despite his age and recent traumatic experiences. Speaking without notes, he addressed fundamental questions about institutional accountability and children's rights that resonated far beyond his individual case. Adults often assume that children don't understand what's happening to them or what they need to be safe and healthy, Harry said to the assembled delegates. But children know when they're being treated badly, and they know when the adults who are supposed to protect them aren't doing their jobs. The problem isn't that children can't identify abuse or neglect. The problem is that too many adults don't want to listen when children tell them what's wrong. The international response to Harry's address was immediate and significant. Multiple magical governments requested consultation on reviewing their own child protection systems, while advocacy organizations sought guidance on implementing reforms similar to those that had been established in magical Britain following his legal victory. But perhaps more personally meaningful for Harry was the recognition that his advocacy work was helping him develop relationships and skills that would serve him throughout his life. The confidence that came from making real differences in other children's lives, combined with the support and guidance provided by Augusta and the broader network of adults who had rallied to his cause, was helping him develop into someone who could envision a future defined by purpose and contribution rather than merely survival. As the year drew toward its close, Harry found himself reflecting on the transformation that had occurred since that morning, when accidental magic had finally given him the power to protect himself from Uncle Vernon's violence. The frightened, malnourished child who had lived in a cupboard under the stairs seemed like someone from another lifetime, replaced by a confident young advocate who was helping reshape how magical society understood its obligations to vulnerable children. The upcoming celebration of his 10th birthday would be the first that Harry had ever experienced with people who genuinely cared about his welfare and wanted to mark the occasion with joy, rather than treating it as an unwelcome reminder of his unwanted presence in their lives. Augusta had been planning a celebration that would include not just family and close friends, but representatives from the many organizations and individuals who had supported his legal challenge and continued to work with the Foundation. But perhaps most significantly, the birthday celebration would mark the first anniversary of his rescue from Privet Drive, and the beginning of a life where his welfare and happiness were priorities rather than afterthoughts. The boy who had been told repeatedly that he should be grateful for whatever scraps of attention and basic care he received was preparing to celebrate a year of genuine love, respect, and opportunity for growth. Standing in the gardens of Longbottom Manor as winter approached, surrounded by evidence of the security and belonging that he had never imagined possible during his years with the Dursleys, Harry Potter felt ready to embrace whatever challenges and opportunities his future might hold. The foundation of safety and support that Augusta had provided, combined with the purpose and agency that his advocacy work had created, positioned him to continue growing into the kind of person who could make lasting contributions to justice and child protection. The war for Harry Potter's individual welfare had been decisively won, but the broader campaign for institutional accountability and comprehensive child protection reform represented an ongoing mission that would define his contributions to magical society for years to come.